Hello, everybody.
Anyways, welcome in, chat. I know I've been making some questionable choices lately. I'm not really sorry about it. I am gonna do it again. It's a learning process. Does anybody want a hot dog? All right, with that, hey, welcome in, everybody, to this week's chapter of Bound by Night. I'm your host, your storyteller, your dungeon mistress. It's a pleasure to have you here, and I hope that you enjoy this special vignette episode. This is an episode that exists within the narrative, but it's a deep dive into some character narrations. The episode may not be as long as normal episodes, and some things that you can expect are emotional scenes, questions. Each character perhaps getting a special moment with their wolf, or perhaps spending the night asking questions of other wolves or getting to know them. I'm going to have the coterie give us the recap for the YouTube. So give us a nice, quick, and birthday slutty recap, please, of what happened last episode.
You know, maybe we should go in turn of like who woke up, because that way I can go first and it'll be in Dion.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So we started with seeing Gamma, in his cell, seeing his mom's a vision of his mom telling him to fight, and eventually he got the power and he got the hope in him, and then he pulled the chain. He freed himself and he's like he's gonna protect his family. It was real emotional and cool. And then Quinn woke up, except for it was during the day. She didn't know at the time, but she was in a body bag under Beta's bed. And she got to hear Magnus was there, which is terrifying when you're kind of in torpor and in a body bag and you can't do anything. And Kappa was there and Beta was there. And really what happened is that Kappa, because of some WtA bullshit, is in trouble. And Magnus is going to send him to, I guess, basically boarding school. And it was rough. Then I don't remember who woke up next.
I think it was Noah and Jihoon.
Well, it was Jihoon, and then it was Noah and Malcolm. So obviously we're missing a couple people, but yeah. So Malcolm and I woke up, and there were some comedic shenanigans happening while we were trying to get a better listen. Delta had placed Malcolm and Noah on the other bed together so she could make a makeshift vanity rather than just using the vanity in the bathroom. So we woke up on the same bed, face to face. It's a little weird. I told Malcolm no offense, he's not my type. But we did overhear some interesting conversation between Delta and Sigma. But if you want those details, you're gonna have to go watch the session on YouTube, which is not up yet. I'm sorry, that's my bad, but it will be up soon. But yeah, so that's what happened mostly while I was awake, and then I went back to sleep. And then Daniel was up for a little bit, which was wild because he's old as shit.
Yeah, Daniel, the old fuck, waking up last. That's not a surprise. When Daniel awoke, to his surprise, he could hear outside his bedroom door an argument brewing between Zeta and Alpha. It seems that while Alpha says he was the messenger, it seems Magnus has become aware that Zeta has returned. And Alpha requested her to go and talk to him. But then the argument seemed to shift from that scenario to something that... some sort of war. And at the mention of war, our old as hell Salubri willing himself out of bed during day rest, which was a very prominent feat for someone as old as him, practically crawling himself to open his door, only for Zeta to take him back to bed after he told Alpha, "What's another war for an old fuck like me?" Once Zeta dragged him to bed, they shared a moment together. Zeta letting Daniel know that she would need to return to Magnus, and she would not be there when he woke up. Daniel would tell her, even though he failed to do it the last time, he would find her if she didn't come back. And Zeta kissed him, even though Daniel could tell he felt bad because his lips were about as dry as sandpaper, and ain't no chapstick fixing that. But for an old kindred like him, defying day rest can't do it forever. And before he fell back into torpor, he took one last long look at the sunlight protruding behind his curtains. Sunlight he hadn't seen in over 100 years. I think that's what I have for Daniel, at least.
Yeah. Okay. And then I think we came back a bit to Quinn with Beta, because then she woke up, and because then everyone went back to sleep after their torpor, their weird torpor mid wake up weirdness, and then woke up at the time they're supposed to. And with Quinn and Beta, she realizes that they're actually at Magnus's house, like Beta's room in Magnus's house, which is not great for Quinn. And Quinn freaked out so much, and Roll20 hates me personally so much that I had a bestial fail and a composure resolve, and that resulted in Quinn tearing up a portrait of Magnus. And it turns out that was painted by Beta, Omega, and Gamma's mother, which was rough relationship-wise. But then they all got in the car with Kappa to go to Daniel's. And then, okay, and then when we're at Dan, did any other things happen before our dinner thing?
Daniel made a failed arouse check when he woke up during the night and ended up on the cusp of hunger frenzy.
Of course. Yes.
But before, thank God, the player had a big old sigh of relief when Omega said, "I've got this." Walked into Daniel's room, cut his palm open, and stuck his fan in front of Daniel's face, and said, "Can't really. You can't. A frenzy, you're not going to ask questions. The beast is in the driver's seat. Blood is blood." But when Daniel drank Omega's blood, he went through the equivalent of a Windows restart. Not only the fact because Omega called him a good kitty, but the fact that Daniel went from Hunger 4 to Hunger 0 and gained access to not only celerity, but also oblivion. A discipline that is not normally associated with any particular clan. And for the fact, like a Garu, to have something that is normally associated with Kindred, Daniel has definitely a number of questions on how exactly he came to acquire that.
Oh,
Dun dun dun.
Yeah. So then I think, okay, so then we can unless there's something else, we can go to the to kind of the big dinner scene where Omega wants everyone at the table, and everyone shows up. They're on the table, and Omega has some sort of psychic powers, not worrying at all. Made everyone cute little baskets with blood bags and headbands and socks and black roses, depending on who you are. But then the night got creepier because Omega said he'd talk to Gaia. And Gaia says that all of our woofer shifters have to go through a gauntlet so they can talk to us still. For we are kindred, our coterie is kindred, and anathema to Gaia, for we are dead yet not dead.
We're walking
they're gonna have
insults.
Yeah,
We should have been
it was rough.
returned to the earth long ago.
Yeah. So, and he says it's gonna be a couple weeks, and so that's it. We all gotta sit with that. They all gotta go and do something very dangerous because we're us.
Because of
And
who we are.
Because of who we are. Yeah. So no guilt feelings there. We're all fine and not worried at all. Sitting around a table with waffles and hash browns. I don't know if Dolly's back yet.
Yes, she is.
So sorry.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
I am currently reading the 5e werewolf rules.
Oh boy.
Because I was like, I don't know if there's anything I can vamp for a while, but I think I reached the end of useful knowledge.
Can all cry about Kappa's cut hair.
Oh my God. He's so brave. He's so brave. I'm okay.
My good boy.
It's for his sister, because he knows it's gonna fall on 𝓥𝓲 if he doesn't. I'm fine. Oh, also, 𝓥𝓲 was mostly on the phone the entire time while he's trying to do his job.
Quote unquote.
Yeah, apparently he can't hang up on his end, so anytime the phone was left, it was just him yelling. It was great.
Somebody hang up the phone.
Yeah, it was mwah. Chef's kiss to all of that.
All right.
That family dynamic's fun.
I have got... wisdom. Gosh, I'm a little unsure how to start tonight because it's a special episode vignette. What's the last thing I said? Last place we ended.
I mean, we're still in the dining room
You
with
are in the
Omega.
dining room, but was there something?
Yeah.
Did it end on like a kind of a bomb was dropped like I usually do?
I think it was that they were going to be gone for at least a couple weeks.
Okay, so it's
Yeah,
just
I think
him.
that was the bomb.
The bomb was him saying we have to go do this, and there is a possibility that they might not come back.
I remember Dee put the utensils down, and Kappa swallowed audibly, and everyone was looking. And Beta was looking at Omega. Okay, I understand. I'm getting the vibe.
It was
Okay.
tense, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
we start with this music
Yeah,
after that.
it's a little. Yeah, it's a. It's a little. Yeah. Okay, and so my Kindred, I'd like you to roll a composure and resolve, please, as Beta starts to growl very low in her throat, looking at Omega. And
Oh my god, I'm making a roll with no hunger.
crazy.
My god.
Kappa looks like he's swallowed something poisonous, and Dee looks mildly annoyed with one cheek puffed out like a chipmunk with a deep scowl and frown. The one to break the silence, though, is Beta. Can I talk to you? Outside. Please. Right now.
Uh-oh.
And innocently, Omega blinks a few times. Looks down at his plate. But we are eating. Let's talk right now. And she pushes herself out from the table and then puts the napkin by her plate. Very proper, very elegant as she rises, almost like a swath of smoke. And she grips his shoulder. His profile is cast in hard lines. And then he stands towering over this Amazonian woman. And Dee swallows. And then he stands up without a word. And Kappa's just sitting at the table, looking down at his plate like he wants to disappear into the macaroni and cheese.
I'm gonna use a willpower.
What did you guys get on your composure and resolve?
I got 2 successes. I'd like to use a willpower.
Okay.
Oh god, now is not the time to be losing my head.
I got a crit for 4. I hope that's good enough.
We'll find out.
I guess we will.
Oh, what the? How is that worse? How did I not get one
Oh.
success with 0? What the shit?
That's fun.
It's coming for you today.
Hell no! Golly, I would like to use another. The DM willpowers and chat willpowers are the same, correct?
No, they're very. Oh yes, they are. I thought you were saying
Okay.
regular willpower. They're the same. Yes.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna use a. I've already started rolling on roll 20, so I'm gonna finish this roll on roll 20. But after that, I'm using my own dice because roll 20
Make my mistakes. Yeah, make my mistakes.
roll 20 is out with a vengeance today, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
Daniel's going for that negative roll.
composure and resolve. I don't know what is going on with roll 20 in that.
Holy Okay, well, I guess I'll have to take
Better.
3.
Okay.
Roll
Better.
20. Roll 20 is going for the fucking jugular.
No, what'd you get?
I think Noah got a 4 with a crit, right?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Yeah, I got a 4.
Okay. And Evan.
Messy 4.
Okay. And Quinn.
Ugh.
Regular 4.
Okay. So the DC was 3. So as the tension rises and one of the Garu at the table gets another tick of rage, you're not really sure which Garu it is that is feeling this heat of pure violence. But to have so casually a gauntlet and Gaia's name thrown over this wonderful yet lackadaisical dinner is enough to incite a need. A great and violent need. And then the 3 largest Garu exit the kitchen. Omega has to duck to fit out of the doorway. And you guys are left with Kappa.
Can we see how far they go out
They're
once
on
they
the
exit the?
They're on the front porch,
Oh, yeah.
and then
Oh, okay.
stepping down to your lawn. You could look out the kitchen window to see them.
Okay. I would like. If it would heightened senses be enough to be able to hear their conversation?
Potentially. Potentially it would be. But I'm going to go around the table and each of you will be able to react. And we're going to start with Evan. Once the Garu leave, the tension doesn't leave with them. It continues to simmer like a waiting cast iron left to boil.
And you said all the Garu left, correct?
Other than Kappa.
Except for Kappa, he's still sitting at the table with us.
He just kind of casually turned to Kappa and just be like, so, what does this really mean?
Yeah. Sucky.
Or is
Bad.
is Kappa looking like dejected as he says this?
He's just staring at his food. Like he wants to vomit.
Evan would kind of like look down to the table and then like over everyone's face and then just be like, well, is there anything that we can do while they're gone to kind of help with things? At least here?
Maybe. And then he glances at Noah, but doesn't quite meet your eyes or your face. And we cut over to Noah. What are you doing?
I mean, he's been pretty focused on Kappa because his reaction is obviously he's obviously not thrilled with the news that Omega has delivered. And the idea that there's like going to be danger involved doesn't have Noah very excited. So he's just, he's been like, yeah, just kind of watching Kappa observantly. I think he definitely gives him like a reassuring squeeze under the table because he was holding his hand. It's like, I don't know what this all means, but yeah, if there's something that we can do to help, we definitely want to do that. I mean, I do, for sure. I don't know what we would do, but if there's something we can. Since this seems to be our fault just for being what we are. Right? I'm understanding that correctly?
He audibly swallows again. Don't feel guilty. It's not like you want it to be this way. I should probably be out there. And he finally like pushes back from the table and stands.
Okay.
I need, at this point, all 4 of the kindred that are at the table. If your character would have moved to go listen at the window, you do not roll this wits and awareness.
I'm still at the table, so.
Okay. And so is Evan, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Is Quinn still at the table?
Yeah, she would still be there.
Okay, and so Noah, no, Daniel, no, which child are you? Daniel's the one at the window listening. Good God.
Daniel's the only one that said he moved to the window.
Okay, wow, that was crazy.
You're all the same to me.
Oh, wow. Right, go ahead and let me know what you guys got. Those wits and awareness.
I got a 3.
Okay.
9.
9.
Oh my
what
God.
What did Quinn get?
1.
Okay, so Quinn doesn't see anything different. Noah, you see... It's not so much anything physical, but like the way Kappa holds himself is not his typical shy and, dare I say, almost afraid. There's a steel to him when he stands. And his sweet 19-year-old face looks older. Evan. When he leans forward, his loose dress shirt kind of opens at a V at his chest. And beyond the medical scars that you see there are silver lines. Some kind of tattoo so faint you wouldn't have noticed it unless it caught the light in an iridescent sheen. It looks sharp, almost violent, the lines, like a hard V that cut in between his little pecs and slash across his collarbones. When he straightens, you can see the sides of them by his neck, where his hair would usually cover. They're descending down towards the sharp lines. So these lines, they probably are in his hair. And they probably cut down the sides of his neck behind his ear. And then there's an empty space. And then the lines begin again around the collarbones, like two types of claws reaching for each other. And they're very, very faint. And that's where Quinn? We're meanwhile over to Quinn. Any quick roleplay for you before this little guy leaves, or just to the coterie in general?
I think she's just been sitting there trying not to claw up the table, but instead kind of tearing apart the placemat. Just slowly trying to keep it together.
Okay.
That's probably why she didn't notice much about Kappa at the moment.
Okay. And so, you are destroying and dismantling the false, like, bamboo rolled out. Okay, so it's like snapping and splintering, and you're just crushing it in tiny pieces, making it almost dust. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, is there anything else for her, or should we meanwhile over to Daniel?
I think she would just say, whatever it is, Kappa, I know you can handle it. You're very smart and you're very strong. You saved me tonight.
He gets kind of a partial smile. I don't know about that.
No, you did. I couldn't move. And you saved me. So I just want you to know that I see that. I see that about you.
Under his breath, he mutters, "Yeah, in a world of violence, having an IQ over 120 does you a whole lot of good." And he
It does.
leaves.
Oh,
He leaves the table. And meanwhile, Daniel, roll a wits and awareness with your heightened senses, if you are indeed going to activate those, to hear what's happening outside.
With heightened senses, I got a crit and 6 successes for exactly 10.
Okay. It sounds a little muffled, but you hear Beta, and Beta is not necessarily yelling, but she is aggravated. You do not have a right to call on the guardian spirit. You are in exile because you have decided, oh, you cannot do this. This can't be done. You are putting everyone, this entire kingdom, this entire city, this whole pack, every other pack within this valley, you are putting them all of it at risk. Do you know what our absence will glean? Do you have any idea? Omega is quiet. Did you even think about the policies, about the organization? Did you even think about everything that we have in place that holds this fragile land together? Did you think about that? If we up and vanish for what, nigh on 6 weeks plus to do this, who's going to move into that power vacuum? You can't tell me that you actually want the moon scars to move in? Oh. Oh, please. I have every right to speak to the guardian spirit. It is my duty within the pack. Are you looking out the kitchen window, Daniel?
Yes, but I would be casual about it.
Okay.
Like Daniel, the way he would posture himself against the countertop looking out the window is making it seem like he's thinking about what was said across the table, which he is. But he would not be... If someone were to look at him through the kitchen window, they would not immediately be assuming that he is actively hearing what they are saying.
Okay. All right. You watch through the window as Omega finally straightens. There's no more hunching. He says the spirits have reinstituted me, and you are not stable. I am more stable today than I have been in a decade. And you see Beta's skin, the color of a copper penny, pale. Omega, what did you do? I did what needed to be done. I will have no more mountains in my way. Malcolm is mine. And you're willing to sacrifice the alliances we've made? For Malcolm? Yes. And Dee whistles low. Damn. I mean, bravo, I guess. I'm applauding your commitment to such a great and honorable venture. I really am, But these are the kind of choices that the Alpha has to make for the pack. And am I not the beginning and the end? Calm down, big guy. I'm not insulting you. You know I'm not insulting you. And you see that Dee holds up two hands, palms out. We've got laws for a reason, and it is my glory. It is my wisdom and my honor. I get it. You're sacredly blessed, and the spirits like you. But you didn't ask. And you hear the door open. And this is when Kappa steps out, and their voices get a little loud. And Omega says, I do not need to. I know the truth. I know the honor that you bear, Dee. You will do this. If you could just not use the freaky psychic stuff on me, that would be a really good time. Oh, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't, you know. And kind of shrinks a little bit. My apologies. Someone needed to make a choice, and I have. For the love that you bear these people. They are your mates. And it is not often that we find one that is willing and that maintains enough honor to hold our mark. Oh, Z hasn't even bonded. You expect her to take this gauntlet when she doesn't bear any of the special qualities? That will need to be changed.
I would say when Data says that, I think because Daniels hates being he doesn't like manipulation or subterfuge. He doesn't like having to hide. So it's almost instinctual when Beta says that. Daniel in the window almost twitches, trying to, it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction. That momentary anger from his beast.
Dee's the one that looks over at you. Eyes like flashing nocturnally. The rest of the coterie, you've noticed at this point that Daniel is casually out of looking out the window when he jerks and grips the curtain. There's a noise that accompanies it as the curtain rod jangles a bit, and all three of you can see that Daniel is looking out on the front lawn where the 𝓥𝓲𝓰𝓷𝓮𝓽𝓽𝓮𝓼 are speaking, and Kappa has just joined. and the 𝓥𝓲 are continuing to speak. But what did the 4 of you do? I guess just together. What did the 4 of you do?
I mean, seeing that, Noah would just like turn in his chair and be like, "You all right, Daniel?"
When Daniel turns to you, Noah, actually make a wits and an insight. The DC is not going to be very high. Daniel's not trying to lie.
Okay. It's a 2.
Oh, okay. 2 was the DC. Okay. For a moment, before Daniel's expression seems to take on this neutral, calm, and collected, there is momentary panic behind the eyes. And when he speaks, he says, "They're gonna be..." Because Omega didn't say they would be gone for 6 weeks at the table, did he?
No.
Yeah, Daniel says they're gonna be gone for 6 weeks. To do this gauntlet. And it doesn't sound like Omega talked with anyone else before making this choice.
We go out there. 6 weeks seems like a really long time, and I'd rather it not be 6 weeks. And maybe if we talk it out, it doesn't have to be 6 weeks. Like maybe we can like ask some questions and
It involves Gaia, Gwen. I don't think that even the 𝓥𝓲 themselves set that time frame. If policies.
Okay, well then I mean we could just go out then and just I don't know. I don't know. You guys should do something.
From the conversation, it sounded like, from what Daniel could understand, DM, that Gaia made this choice and is calling to the 𝓥𝓲.
You could infer that.
Okay. I don't think there's really much talking that we can do, Quinn. Gaia's the one, at least in my opinion, from what they've said so far, Gaia's the one that made this decision. I don't think anything that we say or do is going to keep them from leaving. And when Daniel says that last part, you can see his hand sort of gripping the countertop. With your 2, Noah. You think Daniel's beast's having a laugh. You can see his fangs for a moment sort of pushing out into his gum for a moment before they retreat. And he kind of almost says it in a whisper, but he fails to. He says, "I just got her back." And I think that's when Daniel would walk out of the dining room, not towards the front lawn, but to take a moment to breathe as he feels the fear and paranoia sort of gripping him in the back of his mind. And he knows when that happens, he knows his beast is listening. It always is. So he's trying to recompose himself before it gets a chance to latch on to that fear. So if you would like me to roll a composure and resolve for that.
We'd like to. Is there anything for Evan before Daniel exits the kitchen?
No, he's just kind of listening, taking all of this in.
Okay.
Okay, composure and resolve. Okay, that is 5 successes.
I would say with 5, Daniel manages to keep his cool. Box.
So you said they're
Box on lid. Lid on box.
Yep. Locked up tight.
Mm-hmm.
Box starts to rattle.
I would say it's moving, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like a serpent snapping in its cage, striking the iron bars with a swift and lethal. Yeah.
And you said the guard were on the front lawn, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And Daniel would step out into the backyard. And unless he's interrupted by anyone else, he would be pacing out there. His mind running through every bit of information he has, every calculation he can make, every plan that he could conceive. The kindred in him, thinking about every single possibility. And I think that's where he'll be.
Okay. The other 3 that are still in the kitchen. What do you do? Garu are still outside, arguing, talking. We'll start with Quinn.
She's upset. But she's trying very hard to control it because she doesn't need to make another mess for Beta to clean up, especially not now. I think she starts getting like closer to like where Daniel was to maybe take a look herself and listen. Now she just really wants to know what's going on. So I think she's moving to where Daniel was.
Okay. So that'll be a wits and awareness.
All right. 2.
They're pretty muffled. Seems like Beta is getting frustrated from what you can see. Seems like is, D is rubbing his face and groaning like, oh, fuck. And Kappa just looks more and more just hollowed out and very stressed.
Yeah. No, Evan. I think I'm just gonna maybe just start going back there. Yeah, I think as she's just kind of moving as she's talking. I think I just feel a strong need right now just to maybe I'll just stand just on the other side of the door. I don't want to disturb them. She's walking towards the door, but I feel like I just it's to the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just want to I just gotta and she's opening the door. Okay, I'm just gonna stand on the other side of this door, but still give them their space. Okay, I just click. I'm just gonna be on this side of the door.
So you're on the porch listening, basically. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she's being particularly stealthy.
Okay.
She's just in her head I'm just gonna stand right here. They're busy. They won't notice. I don't want to disturb them, but also I kind of need to be here.
Okay, I'm gonna sweep around to Noah. What are you doing?
He's frowning. He's drumming his fingers on the table in a very it's like an upset tick. And can tell that like he wants to do something, but he also wants to respect their space and their conversation and is trying to just wait because he trusts and believes that Kappa will fill him in on whatever he needs to be filled in on. But he's clearly upset at the moment. But he's practicing some techniques that he's learned to try and keep his anger in a little bottle.
Okay, I'm gonna let you roll a composure and resolve with an extra circumstance dice using your anger management.
Yes, anger management.
Go ahead and roll that.
All right, I think that's service. That's a 3.
3 is you're pissed, but you know the kind of pissed where the jaws tick in, but you haven't punched anybody yet. Yeah, that's about where you are.
Yeah.
Just really wish you could physically aggress upon this problem and adjust it.
Yeah, and it's not a problem he can physically aggress, which makes him more angry.
Right. And so the beast is just ringing that bell ever so slightly. Just a little ding, 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 ding. Also, thank you, GM the Game Monster, for the raid. Thanks for bringing in your VtM lovers. Welcome in, everybody. Please go give the Game Monster a follow. We love our kaijus over here. So that being said, we're going to swing around over to our vampire, our kindred, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing in this moment?
Question for you, for player-wise. Evan still doesn't realize that D is actually Del, correct?
There is not quite a connection yet, no.
No, okay.
I mean, other than... Boy, does his red hair remind you of someone. But otherwise, not yet.
After Quinn leaves, he'd kind of like just look over at Noah and just be like, you okay?
No, I'm mad as hell, but I'm trying really hard not to be. How about you?
I mean, it's all their stuff that's going on. I know it involves us, but I don't know. I just kind of wish I knew where Del was.
That's fair.
It does kind of suck that they're doing this behind closed doors, though.
Right.
Actually.
But I respect that.
Yeah, but if it's as serious as they're making it out to be.
Yeah, but it's hard because, like, yes, it involves us, but it also, whatever it is, doesn't, like, it involves us, but it doesn't in the way that I don't think there's anything we can do, which is actually the part that's making me super hella angry. Well, that's one thing that's making me super hella angry, but, I don't know. I just don't want to... I just wanted to respect their space.
I get that feeling about being upset, feeling like you're in a powerless vacuum with not being able to help.
yeah, it's not a situation that I can just, you know, punch and make it better. It's a lot easier when it's a tangible thing that I can grab and shake the shit out of. He like makes a shaking action like he's grabbed someone's collar. Sorry.
You see Evan kind of smile at that, like you're letting out your frustration, just like shaking the air.
Yeah. It's a lot easier when I can actually grab it.
I mean, let's go find out. Have we asked him? I mean, I know I mentioned it when Kappa was in here, but
I just don't want to interrupt them. You know, they went out there to talk amongst their pack, and I feel like it would be rude to eavesdrop and interrupt.
you see Evan kind of like half roll his eyes as he motions towards the door that Quinn went through, then he motions toward Daniel went.
Yeah, I know, and I'm actually a little bit mad about that. Just...
Yeah, but instead of eavesdropping, why don't we just ask?
I just don't want to interrupt them. I'm fine with asking. I just want them to talk their shit out first. I don't want to ask them while they're obviously aggravated, because I don't know if you've noticed, but when the Ɡărģău are aggravated, it's bad. Bad shit happens.
Yeah, sometimes. Other times you just kind of get thrown around a little, and that's gonna.
Depending on the throwing around, that's fine.
Evan nods at that.
But, you know, I don't know. I just didn't want to. I just am trying not to be rude. I'm just trying to respect their functionality as a pack, even though it seems kind of dysfunctional, like my family. But it seems like they're trying, and I just wanted to respect their space and let them try to the best of their ability, and then I was gonna ask any questions when they were done, you know?
That's fair.
I'm also just trying to get good points with the other pack members so that as I continue to pursue Kappa, I am not hated by the rest of the pack. Although I think that's going to be difficult considering I headbutt Magnus the other night. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe he won't know. Maybe he won't know it's me.
Hopefully not.
Damn, it felt real good though.
Dude, I bet.
I'm not gonna lie.
Like, after everything he's done, he could probably use a few more of those.
Yeah, I don't know the guy very well. I only know what very little I've heard through the grapevine. But I don't try to listen through the grapevine. I try really hard. I mean, there was this one time that Kappa and I were listening through Sigma's window when he was talking to the quote. He like uses quotation marks, the adults. But that was, I mean, that was, I don't usually eavesdrop though. That's like the only time. Normally I try to respect their space. He looks a little bit guilty about that when he says it out loud. He's like, oh, yeah, there was that one time.
I mean, every now and then you overhear things that you aren't supposed to hear. It just happens.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I don't know what you think. You just want to go out there, or I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I felt like it was important to trust them and respect the boundary that is the pack trying to do pack things, because this definitely feels like a pack thing. Kind of like, yeah, I don't know.
He just kind of like narrows his gaze at you a little bit with you saying pack like 5 times.
Sorry.
No, it's not, or to clarify, it's not in any like negative way. He's just like,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know all the dynamics. I barely know any of those guys. I mean, I know Kappa. The rest of them, I don't know. But I mean, I guess if you were to really, really narrow it down to the root, I just wanted to respect Kappa's space.
I get that, and at the same time, we kind of need to know what's going on, though.
Right, I'd just like to think they were gonna tell us what's going on once they figured their shit out. You don't think they're not gonna tell us?
I mean, it's easy for you to think that because Cap is here. You kind of hear his fingers like drum the bottom of the table.
All right. I mean, I don't know, Evan. I guess whatever you want to do is good. I don't know.
I'm not going to be disrespectful. I just want to know. And like Evan will kind of push back, go towards where Quinn is, and just softly knock on the door. Hey, Quinn, are you away from the door?
I'm actually just right on it. I'm just gonna go forward a little.
Yeah. I just want to come through.
Okay. She'll move 2 steps.
He'll like slowly open the door until it just slightly bumps Quinn and then just squeeze through.
I'm basically still inside.
Okay, so the two of you are hiding out on the porch, and then we're gonna meanwhile. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Evan would actually like go down and sit on the steps so they could see him.
Okay, just like blatantly like, hey, I'm a part of your meeting now. Okay. Well, meanwhile, right there to the back, Daniel, what are you doing back there? You wanna fill us in?
Boy.
What is he thought? What is he thinking? What is he feeling? Give us that good insight to character.
What is he feeling?
Yeah. Let us tell me in chat what's going on in his head. What is he thinking?
He is feeling a lot of fear. Even though he got 5 successes earlier on his composure and resolve to close the quote-unquote box, lock it up and chain it up, the rattling in the back of his mind, it's gotten almost to the point that no matter how hard he tries, you can't really escape a monster that is now so integrally part of you. And Daniel can almost hear his beast whispering in his ear almost. It's like... Oh, poor little Daniel. You just got her back. Only going to have her get ripped away again, huh? I guess that's the price you pay when you walk among mortals and 𝓥𝓲𝓬𝓽𝓽𝓽𝓿. You see, the one thing about you, Daniel, is that there's always one thing that you always seem to forget. Hell, even your girlfriend has told you that. She's going to die someday. Everyone you know and have already known that had a heartbeat They're going to die. They're going to be dead and buried. There's not a damn thing that you can do to change that. Well, I guess technically there is. If you ever grew the fucking stones to do it. And when his beast says that, he just mutters, "Shut the fuck up." All that fire and bravado. You love her so much, but you aren't willing to keep her around forever, are you? It's alright, Daniel. When she's gone, you'll still have me around anyway.
And it's at that moment that a memory strikes you. And it is so potent, it feels like she's there. You and Zeta used to meet up all the time at the gym, where she would practice all sorts of her martial training. She'd lift punching bags, throw them over her shoulder, hike them all the way across the gym. I mean, her strength and her swiftness, legendary. But in one such event, you were inside early, as usual, prepping. When the door opened, there was a cold wind on the summer night, and you stepped out by the boxing ring to look at the exit, only for it to clap a couple of times and then close. When you turned back around to head into the personalized family restroom, the one that you can lock to finish up wrapping your wrists, even though it wasn't necessarily pertinent, it was the ritual of getting ready for the fight, getting ready for the sparring session, to see where she was in training, or just something she enjoyed to do with you specifically. Just as you went to close the bathroom door, someone rushed you, and you were slammed into the ground, and you weren't aware at first who it was until you were on your back and she was straddling your chest, your wrists pinned above your head, with a shit-eating grin on that winter-kissed face of hers. You remember, Daniel, she kissed you then, and she got up, pulled you up to your feet, and there was an uncommon aggressiveness about her, where she pulled you by the waist up against her, reached behind her, locked the door, and she kissed you again. And there were no words exchanged, just this almost savage passion. Before you knew it, both of you were warm, panting, exhausted. And you remember, in this entanglement, how close she got to the juncture of your throat and your shoulder. All of her fangs distended. You could practically see her body vibrating with this unadulterated urge. It was as natural as breathing for her, as natural as you persisting in the evening and taking blood. There was a moment suspended between the two of you. She should have taken you. She should have. You remember the feeling of whether it was a false heartbeat or not in your chest, there was a clamoring outside in the gym. But you remember, Daniel, in succinct, acute clarity, she pulled away before her sister accidentally dropped the sandbag that broke her foot. 𝓟𝓪 never intended to mark you. At least not at that time. And in the back of your mind, your beast is screaming at you. Man up. Be the one to mark first. You got potent blood. You know how to fucking use it, Danny boy. So why don't you use it? Unless you're too much of a little bitch coward. Is that what you are, Danny boy? Are you a bitch coward?
Why is my beast sounding like Sigma right now? Oh, God.
Because it's a very aggravated hallucination, okay? That's why it sounds like that.
And I am imagining just like, God, that's so good. Oh, Lord. When his beast begins urging him on to equivocally, because Daniel knows, right? Feeding someone his blood would effectively ghoul them to him.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, when the beast tries to put that supposed option on the table, stop trying to make it sound like it's such an easy price to pay. You're full of shit. I don't give a fuck how many times you're gonna sit in the back of my head trying to make it seem like it's so easy to put something like this on her. Make her even a fraction of what I am.
Then you don't want her to live, Daniel. That's a choice you can make. But you can give her forever.
Forever isn't as luxurious as you think. And I think as he's kind of walking amongst the rubble of pieces of his house that was destroyed when when the 𝓥𝓲𝓰 had a moment, I think for a moment, to try to distract himself, he starts trying to look amongst the pieces of... He's trying to find, well, first of all, his hat. His hat. The hat that his father gave him all those years ago.
Okay, roll an investigation and a awareness, please.
Investigation and awareness. Okay. Wait, you said investigation and what?
Oh,
Wits?
sorry, intelligence. Yeah, let's do investigation and wits. Because it could be intelligence or awareness, but my bad.
You're good. I was like, huh.
I told you, on a scale of kappa to omega, I'm a sigma today, so...
Hell yeah.
Whew.
Let's see. So, wits and investigation. That is 5.
Okay. Among the rubble, you do indeed find your hat next to a pair of long, pinkish red socks.
Oh,
On the
God.
t-shirt that she wore the very first night she came back.
Oh, damn. Daniel would collect his hat and reluctantly the Red Sox. Because he can't deny that she looked absolutely adorable wearing those Red Sox in her wolf form. As for the shirt, he also collects it. And he starts thinking back to what Beta said. And how she said that Zeta was not even bonded. That she has gone through no rites or rituals. And he kind of looks at these. People would obviously just consider these just a worn down hat and a dirty piece of a shirt and a dirty pair of socks. But to Daniel, these are mementos. Each one carrying a memory that will stick with him for the rest of his life, or unlife, however long that may be. And I think he would, with these items in hand, he would lay himself down in the grass, these items clutched close to his chest. And I think he's going to use premonition. And the overall base of this premonition is it's all surrounding Zeta. How does he prepare her for what's coming? Is there anything that he can do? Is there... He's looking for every option available.
Okay. As you lay down on the grass, you clutch the items to your chest. You feel the auspex distend from the center of your chest outward. Your third eye, you feel it peel back and open. And we meanwhile right there. To the front lawn. All right, Evan. You're sitting out in the open as this back and forth is happening among the Ɡ̓ăžʓ. Quinn, you're kind of set back, and they shift to the lyrical language, which Quinn can understand. And then they shift back to English, and then they shift into French. That's fun when Beta starts yelling in French.
Hot.
And then D starts talking in German for the fuck of it, it seems, like just to cause chaos. And Omega stays in the lyrical woven language until finally Kappa just says, "Enough! Enough! Can we stop fighting over this? People that we love are going to be worried about us. Our families are going to be worried about us, and we're each other's families. And you can't go on making decisions for me." And Omega takes a step back. And it is comical. Kappa is 5'0", maybe 5'2" with boots on, okay? And Omega is pushing somewhere in the margin of 7.5, 8 feet tall. But there's something about Kappa as he's speaking. There's a shimmering rage. And he's slightly glowing. We're a pack for a reason. There is a litany for a reason. The tenets are there to be followed. They are the commandments from our spirit mother. And you're going to trounce on them for the sake of Malcolm? Listen, I agree. Love is everything. but there are rules for a reason. And D starts to clap again. This is working out to be a great show. Now the kid's gonna have a heart attack because he can't handle his rage. And you and Beta are gonna tuss here on the lawn, and then everything's gonna be destroyed. I'm really fucking looking forward to it. And Omega is still. And Beta shifts through a myriad of languages that she knows until she gets back to English and is like, let's just convene. There's no reason to get angry about this and lose our shit. Let's convene, process, and then come back to the table and talk about it. Kappa. And his little chest is going up and down. And he's shivering a bit. Okay, I'm sorry. Beta squeezes his shoulder. I'm sorry. And he stops glowing. The glittering fascination and pride on Omega's face is very telling. As he turns, I need the both of you to roll an insight and an intelligence.
Motives have anything to do with this?
Absolutely.
Oh. That's a 4 then.
Okay. And Evan?
Messy 5.
The calculation on Omega's face. The man is terrible at lying. He's one thing, right? Manipulating, yes. Cunning, absolutely. Wise, incredibly. But capable of discerning and shaping his face in a way that even is marginalized to keep the falsehood under tow. Not at all. He has engineered this for multiple reasons. He is proud of Kappa in this moment. He may have used techniques that seem underhanded, but there is a calculated strike. It's like a master pushing the apprentice just far enough, but not far enough to break. The wolves split up, deciding to get their tempers under control before they finish the conversation. D goes for a stroll around back. Kappa moves up to the mailbox that's undestroyed, down the little narrow lane in the front patch of grass. Omega moves further still. It seems that he's headed closer to the woods. Beyond the garage, he pauses. And Beta starts to pace. And then jog around the perimeter. Evan, Quinn, Noah, all three of you have borne witness to this recess in their council. What do the three of you want to do?
I mean, did I think I'm still sitting at the table?
I mean, when the conversation dries up, you're like,
Okay.
huh. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. I poke my head out the door. Where'd everyone go?
I'll
Evan
try
just
and-
gestures everywhere.
Yeah, they tried to calm down before they talk again, which is probably smart because it was getting a little heated, which is not great, you know.
He nods like he totally understands. It's like,
She'll
Yeah.
point. Kappa went that way.
He's just right there by the mailbox. He's pacing back and forth, typing on his phone, deleting it, typing on his phone. You're very aware of the movement, Noah. You've seen him do this 1,000 times. He's probably in his notes on his phone, just trying to organize his brain.
All right. So they're blowing off some steam, and then
Beta finishes one lap, and she is running. Within about 7 seconds, she finishes her second lap. Just so you're aware.
She's pretty fast.
Hey, I'm just gonna go right here for when Beta comes around the next lap. I can't go that fast, but I'm gonna be here so I can see her the next time she comes around. Okay. So she kind of goes over to like wherever she saw her last and assumes that eventually she'll come back around it.
The three of you can see that Omega's kind of lingering over by the garage. He's very still. Out of all the other wolves, he seems the most in control and calm. I want my players and chat to think of this as a narrative visual novel in this moment. Okay? Each wolf represents a different chapter of information. You can only pick one right now that you go to when the chapter unfolds. You can do it together, you can go singularly to one wolf, etc. But I want you to envision that for a moment. Now, as you're envisioning that, I'm going to, meanwhile, Daniel, this premonition, as it starts, there's that swelling of power and your third eye opens, all you see is your bedroom. And it's empty. It's as it was the first day you moved in and you chose this location. And then in the center of the room, in the premonition, there is a very old school pager that's flashing, words scrawling across its little face. And in the vision, you're prompted to go and pick it up, and all it says, paging premonition, please hold. And you slam back into your reality.
Paging premonition, please hold.
Uh-huh. And when you open your eyes, Beta leaps over you in a run. And you hear her counting. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009. The leap over you ends in a pirouette and a splay of her arms out, only for her to then start jogging and do a front flip and a twist again. The movement, the kinesthetic need to process is so obvious. And then she's back around the other side. And a moment later, Daniel, the swing set that you have in the backyard, which you maybe weren't aware that was there, but it's there now. D is sitting on, and sitting next to him is 𝓥𝓲𝓰. The redheads look like twins. And she's saying, this is your fault. Everything, your fault. You are a bane. You're a horrible bane. You're a threatening, terrible, turd bane, monster, poopy head. And D's like, okay, sure. Everything's my fault. Yay. Let me just wave my little Jesus wand and it's all fixed. Oh, you ruin everything. Technically, I am as deserving as you are. I was here first. Not technically. God. Relinquish control. I thought we were waiting for Sigma to show up. Isn't that the whole reason? Oh, I fucking hate you so much! And again, Daniel, I'd like you to envision this as a visual novel. D and 𝓥𝓲's conversation kind of dries up ever so slightly as the two of them are sitting on the swing set. They seem to be in some kind of like animated movement, as if waiting to be clicked on for their chapter to play, etc., etc. Likewise with Beta and Kappa and
Omega. Yeah, this is and you only get to pick one.
yes. So choose wisely. As the players, you can go ahead and talk about it now if you would like to. And then in character, you can make your choice. You'll each get a turn.
I mean, I'm biased. I want to talk to my boy. I don't know what to tell you guys.
You know what? No, there's no way I'm standing in the way of that.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
kind of up to the assumption that everyone here wants to talk to their individual wolf. It's just Daniel's kind of the odd one out because his wolf's not here.
It's true. It is true.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
But
Daniel knows
Evan is
Beta.
out front. Evan is out front, and he doesn't know the Delta's here. So
We'll get. Just
Yeah,
turn
all he
around.
knows is that Delta, the male version, walked around the back.
Yes.
Evan's got to talk. We got to find how to get Evan there just to talk to Delta. It's been too long.
You,
I mean,
listen, there's Kappa, there's Beta, there's Omega, and there's D. There are 4 of you. There are 4 wolves. Nah?
I think Daniel's going to choose to the hard pick, but I think Daniel's going to choose to talk to Omega.
Mind you, you can talk to 2 of you can talk to 1, etc. Like it's
But if we go in teams, then someone goes unspoken to.
Exactly.
This sounds good, though. As I said, I'm also okay since Daniel knows Beta. Like,
Yeah,
if you want to explore that, I'm fine with Quinn actually talking to Omega too. Like, I don't want it to have to be talk to your wolf. You know,
But-
like outside of this meta wise.
But actually, while we're making this decision, we're gonna take our first pee-pee break.
Oh, good idea.
So everybody
Good idea.
go pee,
Good idea,
get some
'cause I'm
water.
doing the dance.
Already, I believe in you.
Are any of us?
We're back for this special vignette episode. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm pal.
Lord. Who wants to go first?
Let's have Evan go.
Right, because Chron has the time constraint. So
Oh no.
right, yeah. So we can do that for you, and then I'll make sure that everybody gets a chance to do their one conversation, and then we will await until the 30th for Malcolm and June.
Cries.
I'm good
Gasp.
for an hour, by the way.
What?
I said I don't have the time constraint tonight. I'm good for
Oh, you don't?
our normal time. No.
Wow.
Okay, but I still want to hear your turn, so get on with it, sir.
It's too late.
You ain't
You
getting
don't
out of
have a
this one.
choice.
Oh no.
You don't have a choice.
You have all spoken.
Okay. All right, Evan. It's your turn to click the chapter on the visual novel first.
All right, everybody. So just imagine there's a guy sitting there, his iPad out, just scrolling page to page, looking at all the characters to select. There's only 4, but he's contemplating, very squinty face, very Now, looking at everybody, seeing Beta just doing her zoomies, Kappa went to check the mail, Omega is brooding off in the corner. Evan kind of curiously drawn because he doesn't know much about this Delta other than his short interactions with it or with them earlier. Would kind of lazily meander around the back, just kind of taking in everything in as he goes.
You see D sitting on the swing set, talking to the empty swing next to him.
That would kind of catch him a little bit off guard, so he'd kind of stop and observe.
hushed voices. And then Dee looks up. Striking green eyes meet yours. There's something very familiar.
Everything all right?
Mm-hmm.
Evan just kind of like nods at that.
You want to give me a
And then-
push?
Yeah, sure. How high do you want to go? Or you want to try to make like the entire loop, or?
Dee looks up at the sky and the fat round disc that occasionally hides behind the clouds. On a scale of 1 to 10, let's not rocket ship. Shakes his
So like a
finger.
9.5?
Yeah, sure.
Evan would move behind them and then just like at first slowly start pushing.
Okay. He like pumps his legs a couple times and push him on the swing.
All right, you ready to get real about this?
I don't know if I'm real about anything.
You're real about a lot of things from what I can infer.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? I mean, this whole can't get too mad. Gotta go take a nap.
Yeah, but he gestures towards the house. You kind of see where they're coming from whenever you see that.
He smirks.
This entire time, Evan would be like gradually upping the stakes.
Okay. He's just pumping his legs, and then there's a lull in the conversation. Mind you, each of these conversations, chat and coterie, are happening simultaneously. Daniel is not just laying in the grass, just so everyone's aware. Like, everyone's going to be moving and talking at the same time. Okay.
Evan just casually steps over him to get to tell.
Chilling around, just hanging around.
I know you have questions, so you might as well spit them out.
Yeah, but it's kind of nice not to think about that for a second. I mean, even though I definitely am, but... like, I guess, what does this mean for all of us? I know you guys have to go do things. But are we just supposed to sit and wait?
Yeah. If you try to enter the gauntlet, you'll be vaporized almost immediately. Your bodies won't be able to hold it, won't be able to contain it. You'll either be crushed like a can at the bottom of the ocean, or oxidized, like you've been jettisoned into space.
I don't mean like entering the gauntlet. But yeah, that does sound pretty terrible.
It's kind of like being the little partner that stays behind while the other one goes to war. You're just expected to wait, I guess.
Hmm. Does that mean I need to get like a maid outfit and make sure the house is all nice and tidy?
Sure, she'd like that.
She?
He jumps off the swing at that point. He goes sailing and he lands in a crouch and stands up. You smoke? He pulls a pack out of his back pocket, chuffs the bottom of it so one shoots out, grabs it.
Not really.
All right. Puts the carton or the little square in his back pocket, pulls out a lighter, lights it there, some distance away from you. As he exhales a stream, he lets his head fall back and looks up at the skies. You can see the tattoos on his throat, the earrings, the piercings in his eyebrow.
Your tattoos, what do they mean?
Rites of passage. Honor and glory. And then he exhales through his nose, turns to look at you. It's a wolf thing.
Are they unique to each one's rite of passage?
To each spirit that gave them to me. Yeah.
So, multiple?
He's got a cigarette in his mouth and is like popping his knuckles, and you can see he's like working out the tension in the joints. Head side to side, shoulders rolling. Something like that. So how'd you meet Del? Pulls the cigarette out. He starts approaching you. You walk.
Yeah, I'll walk.
Good. So I want to take a look at this Camp Crystal Lake.
Just be wary of the trees.
How's your hand?
Oh, almost there, I think. He kind of like pulls out his hand and looks at it.
Pinky's a nubby. Little nubby.
Yeah.
You know,
Not as far along as I'd like.
if you focused on it, you used your unique talents, they'd be right back in a jiffy.
Oh.
That's how it
That,
works.
that I did not realize. I've never lost an appendage before.
He's got one hand in a pocket, and he's just a casual stroll from the backyard to the gate, out the gate. He holds it open for you, closes it, and then you walk side by side. And he's a tall, lean man. Almost willowy, one would say, in his leanness. And but as he moves by you, there's a flick of movement in the red hair, and just standing up out of the tresses are two huge fox ears. And then from his jeans, he has to like shift a little on the tail. It's a plume. It's beautiful. Yeah. So how'd you meet her?
It was really by chance more than anything.
Uh-huh. He puts the cigarette back in his mouth like he doesn't believe that for some reason. Makes a motion like keep going.
What, you don't believe me?
There's nothing serendipitous about that vixen.
Oh, you think she planned it?
Oh, probably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, if it was by chance or not, I'm glad it happened. It's not often you get somebody just crash into your life like that, or unlife. He kind of rolls his eyes as he says it. And just completely change everything.
You were working at the bar?
Mm-hmm.
You're a musician, huh?
Yeah, I dabble a little. He kind of smirks as he says that.
You sing?
I'm better on piano, but yeah.
Ah, strong fingers. And it's almost like he's not, like he's talking to you, but he's like not talking to you. You see like his ears flick a little bit. Like they shift like he's listening to someone onto his right side where you're on his left. And he gets a little kind of manic smile that looks almost evil for a flash of a moment. And then he puts the cigarette back in his mouth, covers the mouth, inhales, exhales.
Yeah, strong fingers for sure, but I'm down a soldier right now, as you know.
Sergeant Pinky will be back.
I'll try that focusing that you talked about, but no, just that one night, that sly little tip, and that mention to come talk to her afterwards. Ugh.
How do you feel about all this?
About all of this, I think with what you guys are gonna have to go through and everything, what?
All of it. Beginning to end.
He kind of like goes to speak and then closes his mouth like in thought for a second. Honestly, it doesn't really matter what I think, because I'm going to do whatever I need to make sure that she's safe and make sure she gets back okay if I can.
I think I said, how do you feel about all of this?
Right now? I guess Noah put it best earlier, a little powerless. Kind of like in what you said, that we're on the sidelines just watching.
Yeah. If we do this, you won't be. You'll be right there in the war.
I'm willing to do whatever it takes then.
Okay. In this moment, D's inciting you. It's a 7.
I was gonna say they will pass that regardless. The DC would be a 0 because he's just being honest.
Okay. But what is he feeling? What is he thinking?
He's a little concerned because of everything going on, and the stakes have been like continuously getting higher and higher. But he knows how he feels about Dell and what he would do to protect that. And it would literally be anything. Because she is the one who brought meaning back to his life.
After
So,
a
like,
moment
when
of
you-
scrutiny, D's eyes just pop. Like he looks at you, he's walking, and his eyebrows pop. They lift up almost into his hairline. He's like, oh, and the ears like flick back. He kind of gets a little red on the upper part of his cheeks. And he does the same thing where he lifts the cigarette up to his mouth and he covers half his face. You think it's a tell. And he walks a little faster. And he says, we're here. If you don't mind, I'm gonna root around a little bit. And he leaves the smoldering cigarette in his mouth, and he's gonna walk forward.
Before you root around too far, how do you feel about all this?
He pauses. He looks up at the sky for a minute. I guess I don't really care. But maybe that's not true. He shrugs.
Just a bit indifferent.
Does the same thing where he reaches up, but this time he's pulling the cigarette out of his mouth to cover half his face. Roll a wits and insight for me, Evan.
All right. That is a 5.
His body language shows he's conflicted, even though his words say he doesn't care. Then all at once he's peeling his shirt off and you can see lean sculpted muscles and those tattoos. There is a twin-headed horned serpent that twists around his back. There's a different animal tattooed across his front, and around his neck that was underneath the shirt is this very old looking sachet with feathers and beads dangling from it, but the beads are crude and large. I guess we'll see. Haven't really met somebody that I feel I need to fraternize with. So, but Jihoon kid, I can relate. He throws his shirt on the ground, takes his boots off.
Evan kind of scoffs a little when he throws it on the ground and picks it up.
Pulls his socks off, throws those in his boots. What are you doing? You need to steal my clothes?
Oh, I'm definitely going to steal your clothes. No, and I'm just going to put it on the tree so it's not getting all sandy and shit.
Okay, when you put it on the tree,
Sandy, it gets everywhere.
and then you turn around, his like jeans are on the bank, and he's wading into the water in his boxers.
You do realize you could just get naked, right?
You haven't earned it. And he dives in.
Evan just kind of exhales at that like that was a burn. Yeah, so he's dove in like completely. Or is he just like swimming on the surface?
He's like deep.
Hmm. Evan would just kind of casually, while he's next to the tree, go ahead and take off like his shirt, his pants, put his shoes next to the tree and all that, and then go towards the water, be a little bit apprehensive at first.
Yeah, as you
But
like
he'll
get to the lapping shore, D like shoots up out of the water. It's almost like a perfectly timed aerial moment. And he's like slicking the hair back. He's like, I want to do that if I were you.
Why not?
Spirits in the water. They don't want to talk to you.
Oh.
Hold on.
That's
He
a bit-
goes back
that's a bit
under the
fucking
water
rude.
for a second. He's down there for a minute.
Evan just like standing there the entire time, like his 1 foot almost touching the water.
A few seconds later, he pops back up. Never mind, I guess.
They want to talk with me now?
Nah, they just want to look. They want to look at you.
Oh. I guess they earn this? He just freaking strips on the bank and then touches his toe to the water.
Okay, as you do, so Evan's not wearing a thing.
Nope.
Roll me a wits and awareness.
And the man just said the spirits want to look at him. Another 5.
Okay, so you get your toe in the water, and then you step in, and like naturally your gaze kind of like shifts to where you're looking, and you see Dee's a little bit stunned, and then the two of you make eye contact, and you watch as his eyes drop down, and you can feel where he's looking at you until it gets to the Adonis lines at your hips, and he looks away and he dives back under the water.
That puts a little smile across Evan's face.
You are quite the well-stacked Toreador. Do you dive in?
Does he feel like it's safe for him to dive in?
There is no urgency of panic or fear. There is a presence in the water now. It is powerful and ancient. The threat is a low simmer, similar to what was in the kitchen, like a cast iron pot set to simmer. It could boil over and burn you, but the heat is just right.
He would proceed, like he would walk in a little further and then he would dive in.
About the time you get to your chest, you realize that heat is anticipation, probably from the spirits. And then when you dive in, at first it is murky, it is dark, it's chilly, feels like there's this intense pressure. And then suddenly there's a slash of red, and Dee's in front of you. And he's grabbing you around the back of your head, the cheek, your ear, pulling you towards him. And he puts at first you think he's going to kiss you, and then he puts your forehead on his, and he takes your hand, and he puts your hand over one of the beasts tattooed on his chest. And you can feel his heartbeat. Do-do, 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 do-do. And I need you to make a rouse check, please.
All right. Okay, that's a failure on my end.
So as your hunger increases, you feel that your fangs distend. There is an urge to bite the 𝓥𝓲, which you can act on if you'd like, or you can resist. What would you like to do?
Ooh. Let me see. So he's going to kind of go in like he's going to bite, but then resist. So he's going to get his mouth very close to his neck and then kind of pull back.
Okay. The anticipation is a shimmer of heat in this cold water. And the two of you have a moment of eye contact in the murky depths. that's vulnerable, if not outright intimate. And then you feel this tingling where your palm is over his chest. And you feel this stinging sensation. Almost at once, the underside of the lake begins to glow. And where there are dead tied and anchored below, you see these ethereal, glowing sea creatures. They move like the drawn spirits in Fantasia. It is both great, terrible, and hypnotic. You can no longer hear anything but this hum. Some kind of song, almost. And when they speak, there's a lyrical sound, like an oceanic echo. And both you and Dee sink to the bottom of the lake. And we're gonna meanwhile right there. Who would the coterie like to see next?
Murphy. Quinn.
Okay. I guess it's fair. We threw you to the wolves first, so.
Lol. Through to the wolves.
Yeah. Hey. Oh yeah. No, I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right, Miss Quinn, who do you go to talk to?
I think as she's waiting for Beta to come back around, she kind of keeps looking at Omega, and she's almost like pulled in that direction. Like maybe I'll talk to him a little bit first and let her run a little. She seems pretty focused. I don't want to interrupt her right now. And I think she's kind of talking to herself as she heads towards Omega, even up to the point of being like in front of him. She's still like, yeah, this is probably what I should do. I'm just going to let her keep running and figuring it. She likes to think that way. I've seen her think that way before.
Okay, as you approach Omega, he does turn to you, and there's a gentleness in his gaze. A smile that graces his mouth. Hello, Quinn.
Omega, what kind of Omega are you tonight?
I am myself. And he kind of shifts a little awkwardly, his shoulders hunched forward. I apologize if I have ever seemed like someone other than myself.
I mean, you were pretty scary that one time. It looked like you. I'd like to maybe sit here for a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that, it'd be okay.
Of course. He pulls over some plastic lawn chairs. He does not fit in his, so after he tries to sit in it like once or twice, he like sets it aside and just sits on the ground, but he's of height with you, even sitting.
Yeah, and she just kind of plops down in, the chair. Thank you. Are you comfortable?
I'm well. He kind of looks at his palms in his lap. He's so big now, Quinn. Like, originally the coteries thinking between like 7 and 8 feet. He might be more.
I think she leans forward and gives him a little sniff. You're a little different than last time.
I am almost at full power.
Oh. Your ears go back a little. Full power?
I will no longer hide. The time for action is now.
I know. I've been learning a bit about your pack and that there's rules. Is this a thing you can tell me about, or is this a thing that I can't know about? Because I would like to know about it very much, but I don't want to be rude.
I will be happy to tell you. What is your question?
I mean, I've got a lot of questions, and there's a lot of questions, and I don't understand why Beta just came back to me, and now she has to go again, and others have to go, and I feel, and I can see everyone they're worried and they're scared, and I don't understand why this has to happen. I don't understand why this has to happen.
Quinn, can I ask you a few questions?
Try.
Do you like how you are now?
Do you mean like this? And she points to her fangs and her tail. She points to her eye patch.
He nods.
I don't know if like it is the word. I just am. Like, I am this, so I have to be okay with it.
But you did not choose it for yourself.
I don't think I did. I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of it, so I don't think I could choose this.
Would you like a choice, Quinn?
But nice to be able to choose something, yeah.
Then allow us to give you that choice.
Don't understand.
The chance of miracles is slim, but it is never zero. The chance and emotions up at the sky for a celestial body to collide into another and create a different life is slim, but never zero.
Do you mean I could... You mean I could be alive again?
The chance is something I am willing to take. And so will the others when they know.
Dangerous for them, yes?
Incredibly so. We could all perish. A single one of us erased from existence. But it is worth the chance.
I don't want Beta to risk it, because it's not worth it.
He frowns slightly. That is not true.
But it is. It is. She's a queen, and she's a warrior, and I'm got myself killed somehow. That's not her fault. She shouldn't have to pay that price.
Love. Commitment. Grace. Honor. Joy. Peace. Life. It is worth the chance. She is all of those combined, Quinn, and so are you. And the beauty, that is the two of you when you are together. That is what heaven is made of.
Well, and I like what you say. It's hard for me to believe it all the time, and I'm sorry.
I do not wish to scare any of you. But fear is a normal reaction, and you are permitted to be afraid. But your fear...
Afraid anymore, though.
It will not stop us, Quinn. This must be done.
Then there has to be something I can do. I don't want to just stay here. I don't want to just stay here and be useless while she's risking risking everything. I have to be worth that, so I have to do something.
Roll
I do.
a persuasion with a charisma, or a charisma and a politics, but you have an extra 2 dice bonus.
Okay. Well, we'll just go persuasion and charisma. he said with 2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oof, okay. It's 3. Oh.
You can tell he doesn't want to tell you this. It's very obvious. The way his brows scrunch and his nose twitches a little, and he gets a kind of faraway stare and frown. She will see what you are willing to give, and she will judge you on your sacrifice. But I do not want any of you to give. Even though... And he looks down at his palms that are huge, just dinner plates. No, I should not take the choice from you.
She reaches down to hold at least one of his hands. It's like one hand in her 2 of hers. And
very gently closes his massive paw around your hand.
Why wouldn't you want us to be able to give what we can? Is it fear for us, or is it because of what we are?
A protective instinct.
Huh.
You are unwelcome in the sight of Gaia and Sister Moon. You are abhorrent. But because you love, you are worthy to be forgiven. And he looks down to where your hand is touching his. It is a rite. A ritual, some would call it. A prayer, others. It would be giving what little is left of your soul. And you would then bolster your Garu through your connection. But it would be at great cost to you. A great and terrible cost.
Cost be.
It would remake you anew, as if the first night you walked this undead path. You would lose all you have learned so far. Going back, through going forward, a cleansing, a baptism of giving away what powers you maintain from this dark father. You would relinquish it.
Oh, is that all? I thought it'd be something hard.
He squeezes your hand a little bit, looking at you, Quinn. Taking your power would make you weaker. And that is not something any of us would want. We understand the dark amalgams that is the host that possesses your form and reanimates you at night. But it is also what keeps you here, fractured though living. And then there is a chance, even greater. You could become worse than what you are.
She deflates a bit and her shoulders sag. I would give anything to help her, but I don't want to become a burden. Why can't I ever do anything besides hurt?
He chews on his lip for a moment. And he looks up at the sky, exhales. You could become worse than a kindred. It is what all kind call abomination. You would rage and thirst for blood with a vengeance greater than the force of a falling star. You would take a step into the dark where the spiral calls. You would feel the urge to dance. And he looks away, Quinn. And it is a dance that is never ending. A twisting, wild, and wild.
Have you seen that?
What'd she say? I'm so sorry.
Oh, she asked, have you seen that spiral?
Roll an insight and intelligence.
Come on. 1.
What'd you get on your roll? I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Is my headset broke? Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can't. It broke up for a moment, and everything was like.
Okay. Well, no.
But I'm gonna turn you up, and I'm gonna
Okay.
make sure my broken Ethernet cable is plugged in real good. Okay, try again. What'd you get?
I don't speak Eldritch Horror.
1.
Just
Just
a
one.
1.
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't answer you on if he's seen it or not. But even with a 1, it feels like maybe he has.
I think Quinn sees him when he turns away, and she kind of shakes her head because she's like, she's embarrassed that she's so caught in her own emotions when he's going through something too, and she would try to squeeze his hand and be like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've always given a lot of your time and wisdom to me, and I'm sorry. I keep saying no to that. I'm sorry that whatever is happening, and I'm sorry that you have very big shoulders, but you have a very big weight on them.
Gives your hand another squeeze.
I know that the rules aren't yours. You're just saying them. You're just saying. I'm not upset at you, Omega. I'm just upset at a lot of things, and I don't like that the answer is do nothing. I don't like a lot of the answers lately.
I can show you the right. If you
I
wish
would-
to help her, I can show you.
Yes, I would like that.
I assume you may not be the only one who wishes to make this choice. And he lets go of your hand, and then he prostrates himself in front of you, Quinn. Forehead to the driveway, knees tucked underneath him. It's a curled up bow. Forgive me, Quinn. I am keeping secrets from you. My emotions are... They are trying to run away with me.
And that. I understand that, and I think she bends down and touches his head. Of course, I forgive you. You're bound by these rules too. And we're together in this. And as long as you're star math, Dad, I'll help however I can. We have to do this together, I think.
It is the only way.
Thank you. Thank you, Omega.
And he looks up at you with your palm still on his head. There is a storm in his pale green eyes, and a stress and a pressure.
She kisses him on the forehead.
What is our style? What the fuck? Our magic.
And he frowns a little. His gaze shift to your eye patch, then back to your working eye. And he still knelt before you, Quinn. I am sorry. I am sorry for when I ultimately disappoint you. Failure is inevitable. Perhaps not in this gauntlet, but in the future. You are truly sweet and kind. You are a special soul. Whoever turned you is wrong. And when they face their final judgment, it will be worse than their Gehenna. I will be sure of it.
And smiles at that, actually. He's like, then thank you for that too. Maybe I'm not all sweet.
We are taught to be peaceful. But we are violent creatures. Quinn, you cannot be peaceful if you are harmless. And he's gazing at you. A lesson laid out before you.
I don't know if I understand now, but you told me once I need purpose, and I'm trying to learn that. So I will add this to the lessons I'm trying to learn.
This gauntlet will allow you to walk into our Chron. You in our Chron will meet the guardian spirit, and you will be given a gift. And this gift will be your rite of passage, and you will be able to walk among us as the pack that I have deemed you worthy to be, that the spirits have deemed you worthy to be. We ran and we howled and we sang. And the mother and the sister have heard. This is the trial. This is the rite. There is nothing in the litany that says a creature of the worm cannot change its path, only that it must be destroyed. But what if it can be destroyed with love, with peace? And that's when he straightens and he stands. It is a chance we are willing to take. Because it is this, or it is the rest of our lifetime alone. And I have spent a decade yearning, grieving, a decade alone. crying out in a pain that I still do not truly understand. Though Malcolm walks, I carry the shadow of his existence. My shoulders are wide, and it is a heavy burden I bear, but it is the ache in my heart that I cannot stand. I will not sit idly when there is a chance. I cannot.
This fucking Jeff is just running around, spamming the ground around me.
Do you understand?
And takes a second, and she closes her eye, and she feels. She opens her eyes again and looks straight at Omega. It's love. Love is our weapon.
His green gaze is misty, and he has a small smile and a curt nod.
I can do that. That's something I have quite a lot of, actually. So much, it almost feels like too much. Sometimes, like it doesn't fit in the edges, like it spills over. And if that's how we're to fight, if that's how I'm to fight, then yeah, I can do that, and I understand. And she like kind of tries to reach up and touch his chest, like where the heart is, as far as her hand can go up.
You have to stand, and you
Yeah,
barely.
she'll tiptoe it.
You reach. There's quite a bit of padding. It's. Oh.
And she's like, we'll do it, and it's not just for me, because it's for us all, yes? And for you, and she tries to like tap it.
He puts his big paw over yours, and you see that it is partially shifted. The woven fur on the elongated fingers, far more monstrous than it was before. And his ears are standing straight up, large and wide like a bat's. Yes, you understand. And love does not sit idly. It does not wait for permission unless it is the time for permission. Unless it is an emotional moment between partners. Love is action. Love is service. Love, in some cases, is war. And even still, rage. Love is not always soft and delicate. Love is not always peaceful. Love sometimes carries with it a halberd and blade, and it will cut all and any in its way. But there is a balance. And he moves his hand off of your hand on his chest. You can hear that his heart rate is actually very calm and very slow. Even though he himself, his eyes are brightening, and the emotion that's made them brighter, you can see that it's like he's gaining momentum, but he's perfectly still and calm on the inside. Love, in some cases, is control of yourself. You're wild. Does that make sense?
I need that. I need that control.
He nods. I wish to stand on equal footing with Malcolm. I wish for him to know my world. I wish to know his. I wish that for my family. There is no greater thing, no greater gift, no greater purpose, no greater meaning than to love. And if you are blessed, you are loved in return.
I will try very hard to believe myself worthy of that love.
He turns and he looks up at the sky. To love, to rage, but to choose peace.
I wish boo.
The distinction is important and it matters. Is there anything else for
Peace.
Quinn?
I think she just looks up at the stars with Omega and she says, "Can you thank the stars for me?"
They say you're welcome. And they are ready to watch over you.
That's enough for now. Thank you, Omega.
And then he returns back to his position by the plastic chair, gazing up at the stars and the moon. And we're going to meanwhile there. Who would you like to see next, 𝓥𝓲𝓰?
Let's go, Daniel.
Yeah, go for Daniel, because I'm busy composing myself. I cried a lot during that scene, okay?
I don't think I'm ready either.
I also started to tear up quite a bit trying to
Oh God.
express. But... All right, Daniel,
Uh,
take it away. It's your little chapter.
All right, click start chapter. That's me trying to cope. Anyways, so initially Daniel wakes up from his premonition, literally as Beta is jumping over him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of actually, by the way, I need to make a rouse check because I'm pretty sure premonition requires a rouse check.
The rouse check doesn't even go off.
Oh.
It's literally just a beeper that says premonition loading. You feel like it might slap you on the ass at any moment.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're putting down. Alright. Okay, so I think Daniel kind of takes a second to right himself and also wipe the blood from his third eye off. Kind of wipes it off into the grass. by the time Beta like makes a second round into the backyard, because initially she seemed like she had this routine going. Now she's getting into her rhythm. It's like, oh, okay, Daniel's coming up again, let me jump over him, but he's not there. And then she suddenly, to her left, because if I remember correctly, when she started counting didn't really seem like it was helping, was it? It sounded like he was just getting angrier.
Yes.
So suddenly, to her left, she just hears, that old counting trick is kind of supposed to do the opposite effect of what's happening right now. As he's kind of actually, she's jogging, Daniel's backpedaling next to her as they're running around his house.
Smartass.
Yeah, well, gotta get you thinking about something other than being pissed off.
It's a little hard to think about anything other. You're bleeding. Are you alright?
He just kind of raises his hair. It happens. Doesn't hurt, but it's not something I can avoid. That's why I try so hard these days to remain hidden. And slowly but surely he starts to try to gain distance, like he tries to start taking the lead, like he's almost trying to turn it into a race. Because what he's trying to do is he knows exercise is always a great way to positively de-stress yourself. And he thinks, knowing how Beta is and her pride, she's not gonna let him slide. Not after being a smartass. So he just starts slowly getting a little faster, a little bit faster.
Okay, roll strength and athletics.
Is this to measure my speed?
We can do celerity if you're going to use it.
I mean, yeah, I think
You
would.
can do your dexterity and athletics if you'd like with your
Hell yeah.
celerity. With an
Hell
extra
yeah.
2 dice for your celerity.
Only 2 with my 5 dots?
Oh, you have 5 dots?
Yeah, you told me I got 5
Oh,
from
yeah,
Omega.
from Omega. Okay, shoot. Yeah, you can use all 5. It's fine. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. I'm doing just a special little vignette episode tonight.
Oh, shit. Okay. I might not have enough black dice for this pool. Because my blood potency also has a play in this one. Because of... Holy shit. I genuinely might not have enough.
Well, just brag about it, why don't you?
Listen, I only have this discipline for a night. I'm gonna brag about it for just a second. Because I'm not gonna get it back. Like a kid in a candy store who has the most delicious piece of candy, only then it's gone because he ate it. Okay. So dexterity, athletics. Oh, I have enough. Just enough. Thank God. Hallelujah. Okay, that is... That's all. Holy shit. Okay. That is a critical and Jesus Christ, 7 successes for 11 total.
All right. Let me see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 11, you're on par with her. And she's surprised.
Daniel's surprised.
She's so surprised that she actually sidebars you. She throws her arm out, hits you in the throat. So then you stop, she stops.
So we're cheating now.
Not cheating, just getting you to stop. What did you do?
What do you mean? What did I?
Did you do something? Did Sigma,
Why do you automatically assume that Sigma did anything?
because he's the only one that's ever done this. He's the one who has an addiction to feeding vampires bullshit. Did you feed from somebody? Why are you
I
like
did
this?
not. Why am I like trying to help calm my friend down? He raises an eyebrow.
Shut up, you know what I'm asking. I'm calm. And she like blows her hair out of her
Yeah.
face. I'm calm. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
You are a terrible fucking
Answer my
liar.
question. And then she like pauses. Please.
Please. Oh, there you go. Promise you, you're not gonna try to clothesline me if I tell you.
I
Again.
promise I won't touch you.
Oddly specific, but okay. You're not gonna touch the person I fed from either.
It was Sigma, wasn't it?
Nope.
That little bastard.
It was not Sigma. It was Omega.
What?
I didn't exactly have a choice. I was about, as he kind of puts out, maybe 2 seconds away from going into a hunger frenzy in my own house again.
Again?
And
Is that what happened last night? Or the other night when and she motions to the back end of your house that's destroyed?
there was a multitude of things that happened there. And he kind of... I don't know how that... There was a lot of things that led up to that. One of them me being on fire. But
I'm sorry, what? What? Okay, from the beginning. I got there like halfway through, I guess. Evan looked like shit.
there was already
What was missing?
two raging Garu fighting on top of my house. And then Zeta ran off with me, apparently, to...
I remember that part, but what? The lead up. What happened the lead up? And then I'm sure you explained it to her.
The worm happened, I guess. Well, this was after Sigma... After his daughter had came... I tried to see if I could take a peek into the future, as he like does a finger quotes as he describes it, and he kind of motions to his third eye again. And what I saw wasn't some. I guess the worm, didn't exactly like me poking around. Let's just say
Do you understand what you're saying?
Do I, as Daniel, understand what I am saying to myself?
The worm. You know what that is?
To an extent, but I've got a feeling you know more about it than me, since my own priorities haven't really given me time to sit down and study.
She bites her thumbnail, walks in a little circle around you. Why is the worm? And then her eyes flash and they're like a glowing blue as she looks over the house. That's the backside that's destroyed.
And all I knew in that moment was, in my head, all I kept hearing was someone had to pay. Then it was either Zeta or myself. So I took my fucking gun and I shot myself with it.
Good choice. And she's like gonna move over to the rubble. Can you grab that beam? Help me lift it.
Okay. Then yeah, he's gonna help her lift this beam.
She grabs
which
it with
she's
one arm.
surprised-
She doesn't actually need
Yeah.
your help, but she can use her other arm when the two of you just lift it without a roll and rifles through. And then she tosses the beam and she keeps rifling through.
All right. Can I ask what you're looking for?
Remnants. Remnants of the worm. Because if the worm is
It-
after you, then Omega's entire we have to do the gauntlet is making a little bit more sense. Is this the first time this has happened?
No.
How many times has this happened? You specifically or everyone else?
I've seen, out of character, I've seen it happen to Noah, and I've seen it happen to Zeta, correct?
You've also heard it whispering and yelling and causing the microwave to freak out and screaming beta, 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 beta at Quinn's house fire.
Did Quinn, you told us about that, did you?
Yeah,
Alright.
like at the when they were at that first dinner when she was talking about it being destroyed. I think she was just babbling about it the first time they met too.
Okay. It's happened to me. It's happened to Noah. It's happened to Zeta.
Her eyes flick to you as she's rifling through.
It's
Z?
all Quinn. When we were at Jihoon's house, we were the first night we were attacked by a spirit, and then
What did the
afterwards
spirit look
TV's.
like? Did you see it? Could you see it?
I can see spirits. Do I remember what it looked like, DM? Or was I in like, I need to keep this thing from touching everybody else?
If the player remembers, you remember. If the player does not remember, then
Well, the player only remembers making sure that no one else got touched by
then
this thing.
all Daniel would know is that Jihoon saw it. Jihoon would know what it looks like.
You're gonna have to ask Jihoon. At that time, I was the only one who could see it, and my priority at that point was making sure it couldn't get to anyone else.
I see. And then you said something about the
But-
television.
Yeah, the television went haywire. Started showing this like serpentine symbol, almost like in the form of an infinity sign. And then there was this other symbol. I didn't recognize it, but I can tell you detail by detail what it looked like.
Please do.
Yep, he'll describe the symbol to her. The symbol he also told to Sigma when he called him.
Roll intelligence and occult.
Ooh boy! Intelligence and occult. Okay, that is 6.
She just says, fuck. That's why Sigma wanted to take you to the Karen.
There was another instance. When
I have one more question. The television. Do you know who made it?
it was Jihoon's house, but he's a really big tech guy, so for all I know, he could have made it himself.
We're not looking at something like Sony or Toshiba or anything like that. There's a specific name. Looks like I'll have to talk to that kid.
There was something else.
Go ahead.
When we first met Quinn, I think this was when we all settled in at my house, I think. It might have been at Jihoon's site. Last nights have been hectic. She said that she heard whispering before her apartment got set on fire.
Quinn?
Yeah. It was the whispers were your name.
Was there also something on her television? And she like glances around like she's looking for Quinn.
You'll have to ask her.
Shit.
Because when we met her, she was on the back of Alpha's bike.
Her gaze softens a little.
Beta, what's going on?
A hunt.
Great. What kind?
For you. And your 𝓥𝓲𝓰, if that's what you're called.
It's not a blood hunt, is it?
Worse.
Great. What could be worse than a blood hunt?
Entities that you can't see, feel, hear, or know, or bear witness to that can move during the day trying to kill you.
What about entities that crawl out of the ground in the middle of a storm that look like something you pulled out of a horror movie?
What do you mean? Something manifested?
Okay. Daniel's going to describe the creature that the 𝓥𝓲𝓰 fought outside his house that one night that they managed to kill. He literally points. I'm pretty sure he can point to the patch of grass where.
Yeah, it's out front.
Yep.
Quinn's eye. And she
You
like
have that.
rubs
thing for
her hands up into her hair and kind of pulls a little bit. It causes her leather jacket to like tug against her shoulders. And she exhales real slow. Holy fucking shit.
Why the hell is this happening to us?
I don't know. I can guess. But guessing only gets us so far.
Well, I'd like to hear the guesses anyway. Because I've got exactly zero fucking idea.
Every time a 𝓥𝓲 marks its power, it's like the remote controlled all that rage and potential. And what do we care about? She looks at you, Daniel. What do I care about more than my own life? What do I care about more than my next breath?
Her mate?
I would destroy the world for her.
Okay. What? But I don't... How does this... Okay. Then who among us is marked? Because I can tell you right now, 𝓟𝓪 hasn't marked me. So why am I suddenly having a worm trying to jump out of my chest?
Because they know. I told you it's just a guess. They would know. They know how important you are. Or worse, they're... And she stops completely. And she stands very still.
I would like to make a wits and an insight.
Go ahead and roll it.
Hey, that's 2 critical successes.
Daniel,
What?
Does anyone in the coterie have any enemies that you know of?
Daniel's eyes widen.
This would be a conniving, manipulative, very powerful enemy. And her eyes cut over to you.
When she looks at Daniel, it takes a moment. His eyes are sort of jumping left and right as he's deep in thought. And then they just widen. No, there's no fucking way, no. And he has to take a seat as he fucking...
Daniel. And she crouches down in front of you. Daniel, I need you to think. Is there one of you that maybe has an enemy, or more of you that has an enemy that wouldn't want you just to die? That would want you to suffer? And that would use everything that you love to destroy you? Daniel, and she is looking at you with tears welling in her eyes, like she knows the answer, but she wants you to vocalize it.
Daniel begins to take unnecessary breath after unnecessary breath. He can't meet her gaze for a second, like he's in a moment of denial. He ran so fucking far. But the idea that what's happening to them could be his fault. And then he looks at her. Try the Prince of New York.
And she's blinking fast. My father has an alliance with the Kindred Prince from New York.
Great. That's why he's trying to find me. Great. Fuck. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Daniel, I'm gonna tell you. You need to come clean. You need to let everybody know. Or I will. I suspect. And she leans forward. That your blood hunt isn't over. And this has just become a war front on a 360 fucking scope.
Of course it has.
No, Daniel.
Of course it has. I try to say no to...
Fomori, Bane, Abominations, Kindred. The only thing that would make this worse, and maybe it is already worse because Constantine is in mass. Do you know who that is?
Do I know who Constantine is, DM?
Roll an intelligence and politics.
That is 4 successes.
Four successes. You've heard Constantine, the name, before. The guy is really into collecting musicians.
The name sounds familiar, but when I was in New York, I tried to distance myself from politics as much as I could. Last thing I needed was everyone in the Kindred Society knowing, hey, there's a Salubri in town.
Have you ever heard of demons, Daniel?
Like the kind in religion, or something else?
Kind of like the ghosts in the machine. Entities that control technology and are hiding from God.
Would I need to roll an intelligence and occult to know about that, DM?
With a 4, no clue. Never heard of it.
Okay. That doesn't ring a bell for me. By the way, as you're about to have a fucking panic attack, I feel like I should be a little bit more concerned.
She sits on her ass, at least across from you, mirroring your position. There are only 6 demons currently on the face of the planet. Constance is one of them. And he's in mass. And my dad
Why?
wants me to lead. He wants me to take it all over. He wants me to step up to the plate. And he wants me to lead. Fuck. And you can tell Daniel that she's just thinking of keeping Quinn safe. The expression on her face is like she's taken a lamb into the lion's den. And the lion's den is on fire, and the lions are rabid, and they have scabies, and some of them are undead, and some of them are megalomaniacs, and others of them are petty and manipulative, and they're all fucking in the worst sense.
Okay. So we've got a war brewing all around us. Okay. But I don't think I can really blame Omega for what he did.
She suddenly stands. We have to go. We have to do this. And we have to keep all of you safe. And she reaches her hand down to help you up. We have to do this gauntlet. It will shield at least one of our sides from things like wraiths and most banes, daemons. There's so many things we have to teach you, but we can't even teach you until you bear the rite of passage. Oh my god, that's why he did the run.
Sigma knew all along, and he was trying to lead us that way in his own way possible.
He wouldn't have done it without someone backing him. He can't, technically. He's exiled. But you see, Omega is a different kind of tragedy altogether. He's not necessarily exiled because of Gamma. 𝓥𝓲𝓰𝓷𝓮𝓽𝓽𝓮𝓼 is what they call Gamma, but it was a glory rite. And he committed it. It was an atrocity. It was so violent. There was so much destruction and blood, but no one could go after Omega.
Because they wouldn't stand a chance?
No. Because of the right. Because he was protected under the law of Gaia. There's so much you're going to need to learn. You take her hand and you're standing and she lets you go. Like, lets go of your hand.
Okay.
We need to do the
Then what's-
gauntlet. Take you to the cairn, and maybe a spirit will choose you. And if it does, you'll be marked, but you'll walk a precarious path. there's a chance you could all end up abominations. Some cross between my kind and yours, which would just make you more succulent to your blood-sucking kind. No offense.
Oh, no, none taken. It's not like my clan hasn't already been pretty much
That's what
wiped off of the face of the
Saying
earth.
the persecution that you'll face would be even greater, because the other packs, and there are other packs in the city. There are so many 𝓥𝓲 here, all of them under the reign of my father. The only reason they are not destroying the Kindred in the valley is because of this tenuous pact.
And then his eyes kind of widen at the remembrance of the premonition. Magnus is the key. In the premonition, in that vision I had, I watched Magnus die.
How? What? Who?
He was playing Sigma's daughter out in the woods, and he just...
Out in the woods where? Here?
There was only forest for as far as the eye could see. I couldn't make any distinct landmarks.
No, there couldn't have been. Was there a cabin? Was there a cabin with a wreath? Did the wreath have forget-me-nots? Was it just trees?
The player might have found a hole in his notes. Can I roll?
You could try rolling an intelligence and occult, but I'm gonna make you roll it on roll 20.
Ew! Can I can I blood search?
Nope, not this time.
Sad.
He shot me
Just a
twice
flat
with
roll.
the shotgun.
Okay, intelligence and occult. Oh, that was pretty good. 6 successes total.
Nice. Okay.
Thank you, Roll20, for not kicking me in the teeth.
As you focus, right, your natural power of Auspex reimagines a piece of the premonition. There was indeed, in these woods, a cabin. And on the cabin's door, a wreath with a varied array of greens and these adorable flowers. At first you thought maybe baby's breath, the little white ones. And then you focus in on this almost violet blue periwinkle. Forget-me-nots, woven into the strands of green. And the smell was a mountain valley in the springtime. Crisp and clear.
There was a cabin. There were forget-me-nots. It was the scent that... It was the scent that tipped me off to it.
That's where we grew up.
Okay. And that's where he... Yeah, that's... Yeah, I do. I remember it now. That's where they were. Then Magnus, he just suddenly... He keeled over. Sigma's daughter ran to check on him and he just... He turned to fucking ash. Right in front of her.
What?
And then after that, I don't... Beta Magnus is the literal... I guess you could literally call him the last line of defense.
I know, unless I agree to what he has... I know! And she starts pacing again. Roll an insight and an intelligence, Daniel.
Lore. I want all the lore. Wow. That is a crit and 3 for 7.
Guilt, panic, fear, stress. You get the sense the rage grows, and she's on the precipice of a potential shift. The emotion is so raw, she's swiping at her face because she's starting to cry unbidden.
Goddamn Data, no, don't do it. Look at me as he gently grabs her shoulders because he doesn't want to accidentally. He feels like a sudden movement or a sudden grasp would throw her over the edge instinctively. So no, he won't touch her. He'll just move into her sight line. And Beta, I need you to look at me right now.
I didn't know. I didn't know all this was happening. I made a choice and I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have.
Do I have any clue of the choice that she's talking about?
With a 7, pretty sure it has to do with Quinn.
Choice was Quinn, wasn't it?
The politics aren't really that different than anywhere else where there's empires. I didn't know. I just was rebellious, and I really love her, and it's all going to fall apart. It's going to fall apart, and they're going to kill my father.
No.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are, Daniel.
Not if we do this. Not if we start making our stand. Not if we start coming together. No more secrets. No more riddles. No more innuendos. If we're going to survive this and hold on to the things that matter most to us, then we have to be willing to take the chance and fight for what matters to us.
Roll a charisma and persuasion. And you can see her chest is starting to heave.
Charisma and persuasion. Is there by any chance that I could potentially use leadership? Just-
Because you're trying to calm her as well while you're doing this.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. And blood surge is still off the table?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because this has nothing to do with the beast. Because remember, beast
Yep.
might
This is-
aggravate. Yeah.
This is
is
humanity.
This is Daniel's friend. This is Daniel. I'm your friend. Beta, you're my friend. We're bros. We hang out. Please. That's where this is coming from.
And this is a long shot, but I don't think looks is gonna affect this roll.
No.
Just gonna, yeah, okay. Only Quinn would have that effect.
Beta is pure lesbian. Only women. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that is okay because I got exactly 6 successes.
Okay. That is enough. Her oceanic gaze, when it collides with yours, it's desperate. Daniel, I'm engaged to someone. And I'm supposed to marry him and bear his children and wear this crown. And I made the choice that I was going to throw it all away. I have never gone against what my father wants for me, but I just want Quinn.
Okay.
And now he's gonna die. He's going to die.
No.
They're going to come after him. You don't understand. This is cutthroat politics, Daniel. And she turns away from you. And the fight bleeds out of her shoulders. How could I be so fucking stupid?
Enough of this. And he swings her back around. 6 foot tall, and you're about as threatening as a kitten right now. Fucking look at me, Beta. How much does Quinn matter to you?
If there is no home, and the foundation crumbles, Daniel,
Then you build a new one.
and I lose my family.
You lose your family if you lose the will to fight for them. My family's long dead, buried in the fucking ground. And guess what? I found a new home. 100 fucking years later.
Well, I don't have a fucking century, Daniel. And she snarls. I have one life, right now. And my entire family is on the edge of oblivion. And I made a choice that steps out of line for the plan that was laid out for me. And it's going to cost them everything. You weren't born into royalty. You weren't born to wear a crown. And her muscles flex, and her jacket pops. You have no fucking idea what it's like. And she rips the jacket off, and she paces.
You're right.
You have the privilege of forever. You have the privilege to rebuild and to change. And she scrubs her face. How could I be so blind?
You're right, Beta. I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes. What it's like to have all that weight on your shoulders every day in and day out.
Her shoulders are heaving, and she looks at you. Daniel.
What I do know. Just listen. I know what it's like to lose everything. Because at a certain point, when you lose everything, you just want to die. You just want to walk away and give up. And I don't even have that option. I get to live with my pain and my regret, and my mistakes don't go away either. They follow me everywhere I go, even here. This shitstorm that's come onto our doorstep is my fault. Everything that I have left is at risk because of me. So what should I do, Beta? Should I just lay down and die? Let it all get taken away from me again? Or do I fight like hell to keep it with me? Do I step out of line again? You know, why would I stay in line when the rules are rigged against me? When the rules are meant to snuff out people like me? Why play by their rules when I want something that they'll never understand. Fight for what matters, Beta.
Daniel, she's so perfect. She's like a drop from the moon. But I can't lose my dad.
I know.
And she walks over and just puts her forehead on your shoulder real hard. Ka-thunk. And she starts to cry.
He's gonna hug her. And would you say, I feel like Daniel's compulsion would act here, seeing this much turmoil, not only from Beta, but from himself.
Probably.
And he kind of sways with her as the crickets sing all around them. And he tells her, "You're forgetting one thing, Your Majesty. You're thinking about all of these problems like you have to do it all on your own. But you aren't alone, are you?"
That's when she hugs you. And that's where we meanwhile. I hope everyone
Hey,
gets
Yes.
water and is ready for more Bound by Night. I think our levels are pretty good. Let me turn the microphone so it's actually pretty close to my face. And yeah, okay. Noah,
Yeah.
you move to that narrow lane that leads to the post box
Mm-hmm.
where Kappa is typing, and then in frustration he deletes the note. He puts his phone in his pocket and he runs his hands through his short hair. And it's now that you realize he's got a crossbody bag on, but it's slung pretty loose, so it sits low on his body, on his torso.
Hey,
Hey,
you look very stressed.
yeah. I think I am. Pretty stressed.
Seems like a fair assessment. Is there anything I can do to help you be even just a sliver less stressed?
Roll a charisma.
Okay. Just a flat charisma, or
I want you to roll Animal Ken with it, but I don't know if you've got that.
I don't have any dots in that.
Quinn and only Quinn.
I mean, if that's what you would want and I don't have it, then I just roll the charisma then, right?
Yep.
I bet she has like 40,000.
Alrighty. This is a 2-die pull. Nice! Success on both, so 2! I can only get higher if I critical.
He closes the distance. He grabs you by the front of the shirt, and he smashes his mouth on yours.
Oh.
And it is raw, and it is hungry. And he is smaller than you, Noah. However, when he brings his palms up over your chest to cup your face, and he tilts your head so that he can make the kiss deeper, he tastes like those Jolly Rancher candies he likes to suck on. And when he pulls away, his tongue sweeps the tip of one of your fangs. And he's flushing, and he looks super embarrassed. Sorry. And he steps back.
No! You don't need to be sorry. That was fine.
He shifts the crossbody bag so that it's in alignment with his hips. Looking away. I don't know. When you said if there was anything, that was all I could think of.
Did it help?
No, now I'm just stressed and horny.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. I'm familiar with that combination. I'm sorry.
You are?
Stressed and horny? Oh, yeah. He looks very nonchalant, yeah.
Oh, and he looks down at his feet. All the time? Or just sometimes?
I'm not stressed and horny all the time, but
Oh, his little shoulders deflate a little bit.
But we could say my brain leans a little bit more onto the, this conversation can get real awkward real fast. I am hornier than I am stressed usually, but that's why I know what it means to be stressed and horny, because I can't always do anything about. Oh wow, I can't believe we're having this conversation right now.
I'm sorry. We can talk about something else.
It's cool. I'm fine with being forward about it.
I've had so much happen in the last couple of days. I don't even know if I'm the same person anymore.
It's fair. Shit changes people.
I'm sorry I yelled at you.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I didn't take it personally.
I shouldn't have yelled like that.
You were going through it, and you just wanted to help your friend, and I get that. I'm feeling pretty not helpful at the moment.
He takes
So
your
I
hand,
get it.
and he laces his fingers into yours. You're always helpful, Noah. You're the most helpful person I've ever met.
Thanks. I'm just not feeling really, like there's all this, I don't know, obviously I don't know the details, but there's all this stuff going on with your pack that it seems really dangerous and important, and it seems like nothing I can do anything about, and, I'm feeling pretty helpless there.
And he looks away. And you can hear his teeth grinding.
Sorry I haven't been able to text as much. My phone's pretty fucked. I get your messages pretty well, and the pictures. Thanks.
He just nods. Squeezes your hand. Looking down at his feet.
Can I ask you what you're what you thinking? What's on your mind?
Roll an intelligence and insight.
All these things that okay, I mean that's not terrible. It's better than the last roll you wanted me to do. 3?
Kappa has a tell when he's gearing up to broach a very difficult topic or gain the confidence and the voice to make manifest what he's feeling or what he's thinking. The tightening of his jaw, the fact that he's got a little flutter of a tendon, the side of his face working, it's a tell. He's gearing up to tell you something that you might not like hearing.
Okay. He just waits patiently. Gives his hand a squeeze. Reassuring one.
After several moments, he lets go of your hand and he shifts so that he's facing you. I want to be honest with you. And your stomach plummets.
Dude, you didn't even have to describe it. It just happened.
I just want to tell you the truth, and I want... Full disclosure, I don't want to hide anything from you. No, Fuck. This is for you. And he takes the crossbody bag off and he hands it to you.
He takes it. Okay. Do you want me to open it right now?
All he can do is nod and swallow, causing his Adam's apple to bob.
Okay, he'll open the bag. I think he's even trembling slightly. But he opens it.
Strands of moonlight and silver. Crossed and folded in on itself in a beautiful braid. It's a token. I mean, it's a protective right as well. And he reaches up to unconsciously smooth his hand over the bottom part of his hair that's completely shaved. And the short top that kind of hangs down just a little bit. It's a bit of a mess. I did it myself.
You cut this from me?
Yeah. My tribe, it's different than the others in my pack. I'm really sorry. I don't mean to force any commitment on you or make you do anything you don't want to do. I just I feel very strongly about you. I want to do more with you than just kiss you and hold your hand. I love you. And he blinks fast. I just wanted you to know. And in my tribe, when you never cut your hair until you find your mate. And then you never grow it again. Because it belongs to your mate. And he just looks down. I'm sorry, you don't have to say anything. It's yours, even if you don't want it. And his fists are clenched at his side. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I think he puts the bag on his shoulder, but he's just holding the braid. And
it's a lot longer than you ever realized. Kappa, you realize in this moment, has never metaphorically let the fullness of his hair down. This braid is the majority of this bag. And if you pull the whole thing out, it touches the floor from your hand. And it is like a whip of silver moonlight.
this is the... I don't even know what the right words are, actually. He's gonna dab his eyes with his jacket. It's like, fucking...
I have something else for you. It's stupid, but Anyways, he runs over to the car. And when he comes back, he hands you your purple jacket. The slash in it that Sigma made in the arm, sewn and patched. And on the patch, matching your koi tattoos and the creation of Adam wraps around the sleeve. I didn't have a lot of time to do the embroidery, so it's kind of rushed. I have a couple friends that he said that he... Anyways, it's for you. I'm sorry, it's...
Uncontrolled tears fall. You fix this for me?
I know that it is important to you. You told me about your sister, I thought... Do you hate it? I can undo the embroidery.
Oh, no, it's perfect.
He lets out a breath.
He uses the jacket he's currently wearing to clean the tears, because fucking blood. You did all this before you knew about the gauntlet.
Yeah, the jacket was, actually, I've been slowly working on it. I'm sorry I didn't text you. I know I tried to tell you everything. I just... It was a surprise. I didn't mean to keep it a secret.
No, you don't need to apologize for
I felt
that.
so guilty not telling you. So stupid. I'm stupid.
First of all, you're not stupid.
Well, I'm glad you like it. The haircut, No, I'm leaving. That's why I cut my hair, is I just wanted you to know before you go.
What do you mean you're leaving?
I have to
Where
leave.
Where are you going?
Gauntlet or not, it's just the academy. It doesn't let anyone who's not a shifter in, and I have to. Because if I don't, then it's just gonna cause political unrest, and Delta's probably gonna have to go marry Julian, and I don't... He's an asshole. I hate that guy.
What? Academy? What? Is this sudden? What?
It's not even a real, like, school. It's a manor. It's a Gothic manor that is over the sea, where supernaturals like me, they go and they learn their rights and their trial, and they shift, and it's horrible, and I don't know if I'm gonna survive it. In fact, I probably am not going to, because the very first thing that you have to do is jump into the ocean and then swim back. And I can't. And now Omega wants us to do the gauntlet, and I can't. I'm just... I know you think Steve Rogers is cool, Noah, but a smart guy. I could be as smart as I want. But I'm harmless. And as a 𝓥𝓲, that's a terrible thing to be. Fuck, I'm sorry. Excuse me. And he starts walking down the road.
Before he has the chance to actually walk away, Noah's gonna grab him by the elbow and pull him into a hug. I have a lot of feelings, and I don't know how to put them all into words. But these are the most thoughtful things anyone has ever done for me. And you are the best thing that has ever happened to me. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. And my unlife. You're not one of them. And you may not be as physically strong as you want to be, but you're a lot stronger in general than you give yourself credit for.
He clings to you. And he starts to wail and cry. And when the shudders leave him, he's... No, I want to be strong. I do. I want to be able to protect you, but I can't. I can't. I'm smart enough to know that I can't. I'm not gonna survive.
Is there... God, fuck.
I'm
I mean,
sorry. If I'm the best thing that's happened to you, I'm sorry.
stop apologizing for that.
But I have to. Because I'm not gonna be here for long. Because even if I do survive, Noah, I'm gonna die. Noah, I'm terminal. I don't make it out of this alive.
I'd keep you as long as I could have you, even if it was only another week. Kappa. And with the life that I live, I guess everyone's technically terminal, right? And I would just have to what I'm trying to say is no matter how long I have you doesn't mean that I care any less. I could have you just today. I could have you the next 20 years. I think every day that goes by...
No, you... And he pulls back. He's holding both your hands. And he's smoothing his thumbs over the top of your hands, your knuckles. And he's looking down at your hands, and then he looks up, and his silver eyes remind you of a full moon.
Bro, I'm healing you.
Is there anything in your... I don't even know what you would even call it. It's just in your guys' 𝓥𝓲𝓰𝓷𝓮𝓽𝓽𝓽𝓼 magic ways. Is there any way that I can, like... Yeah, I don't give you some of my strength. I'd give anything to help you.
Sometimes fate and destiny are just cruel, and we don't always win. No, I can't. I can't stay. Because you make me want to live, and I can't. I can't. I don't get a win. It's my lot in life, Noah. I don't win.
It's not how long the race is, Kappa. It's how hard you run it.
But I don't want to run. I'd rather go back to my dark cave instead of knowing what the sun feels like. Because at least then it doesn't ignite this fire in me that I have nothing. There's nothing I could do with it. Do you understand? You make me want to stay. And it's the cruelest thing because I can't. Leaving 𝓥𝓲𝓰𝓷𝓮𝓽𝓽𝓼 was bad enough. Leaving you.
Guess I'm the one that's sorry then. I didn't mean to.
That's why I tried not to talk to you when you came at me in the arcade, but then you just kept your stupid jokes. And you were so soft.
You just looked like you needed a friend, you know? I couldn't help myself.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And he lets go of your hands. And he sits down. And he brings his knees up to his chest and he hugs them. And he lays his forehead on his knees. I know I'm not a kid anymore, but holy shit, do I feel like one. I feel like a stupid kid who doesn't know. And you know, I've never missed my mom. You know, I don't remember her. But man, what I wouldn't do to be able to talk to her right now.
Noah sits down next to him. I wish Fuck, I wish a lot of things right now. When do you have to go?
Tomorrow. Unless we go to the gauntlet, then I don't know what to do. It's like there's so much everywhere, and it doesn't make any sense.
Maybe we still have the house.
Lil runs his hand through his hair. He just... Man, everything seems pretty unfair right now.
He leans against you, but he's still wrapped up in himself. If I don't make it... And he straightens a bit. Will you promise me something?
Sure.
2 things. I want you to finally talk to your dad. Because I know you want to. And I want you to be happy. I want you to be with someone who makes you laugh. Okay? I want you to be with somebody who is light and joy and fun. And I don't want you to worry about me.
I don't know if I can promise that second one, Kappa, because I already have it.
And he leans over. Where's the braid?
I think right now it's in his lap.
And he takes the braid and he puts it back in your hands. Because you have me. Even when I'm gone.
Fuck. Ah, shit. Fuck. Okay. Trying to find some words for it real quick. I have a lot going on. I've never really good at explaining my emotions. Not a very big vocabulary that way. He's just gripping that braid real hard. And Noah looks very much like Kappa earlier, where he's got something he feels like he needs to say, but he is afraid to say it. And he's just tumbling all of the things that Kappa has said in his mind, starting, right down to, I want you to know the truth because this is what's happening, and he's trying to find the courage to also be completely truthful. And he's scared. And it's probably really obvious that he's scared.
Kappa has a palm smooths over your spine since you're next to him. And his face is all blotchy and red, and his eyes are a little bit swollen. And
that's right. Noah cries tears of blood, so he doesn't look very good either. Okay. And then you deserve the one thing I've been hiding. Because I was afraid. But I'm real afraid to tell you, because I'm afraid of you hating me. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, but I don't. As I said earlier, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And when I met you, I wasn't looking for a relationship originally. I wasn't looking for love originally, because I'd just walked away from a pretty rocky relationship. I was off and on for a while. I didn't mean to fall in love with you so hard and so fast, but I did. And I thought that it totally buried any feelings I had from my previous relationship. God, fuck. He just kind of looks up at the sky for a second. And he wipes his eyes again. And that night, about a week ago, when we rolled up to that trailer, and fucking Sigma came out and acted like he didn't know me, I was afraid and played along.
The palm on your back stills.
But I mean everything I said, Kappa.
You see his expression shift, his mouth opens, kind of like a fish for a moment. He blinks. His jaw tilts slightly, almost like a twitch. What are you... He pulls his hand back. What are you saying?
I just want to be transparent about the fact that I know Sigma really well.
What do you mean? And he shifts so he can look at you better.
I mean, he's the relationship that I walked away from before I met you.
He scoots back. And you can feel how his heart plummets to the base of his spine. And all the fire in him just goes out. And he's...
I'm only telling. Go ahead.
Yep, go ahead.
He just says, and I'm telling you because you deserve to know that. And I've just been looking for a way to tell you because I should have just put my foot down and been like, don't fucking act like you don't know me. And you should have just known right out the gate, but I didn't know what to do.
Hold on. You said you thought you thought what you felt for me. You thought what you felt for me. You said you thought that put out. So that means so you... And he stands.
He stands up to... No, he stands... No, please.
You still have feelings for him. You still have feelings for him?
It's complicated.
He was married.
I didn't know.
I
didn't know that.
What?
He didn't tell me any of that. There was like a huge problem in our... But Kappa, I mean it when I say that I love you with so much of me.
But not all. It's just... And he steps back. And you can see his eyes are bouncing. You can't land on anything and focus. I'm sorry. And his eyes flick up to meet your face. And you see reflected back at you, he's looking at a stranger and the betrayal.
Yeah, but you know everything else about me. That's the only thing that I didn't even think to tell you when we first started being anything, because, I mean, how was I supposed to know that you guys were even... It just...
You're right. You're right. And he turns away from you. And he takes a few shuffling steps. And he turns back. You still love him.
I feel something. I don't... It's... Will you give me a moment to... My feelings for him are really complicated in a way that... He's so difficult, but he was... He was there for me when I first turned. I didn't have... When I was turned, I was left in a dumpster. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what happened to me. And I was too scared to go home. I was too scared to go to my family. And he's where I went. And unbeknownst to me, he knew about this shit. And he helped me for a while. And when someone does something like that for you, it leaves a mark on your heart that can never leave. So it's complicated. 'Cause yeah, he's really shitty a lot of the time. And we've fought. But I can never forget those months in the beginning that he helped me. And yes, he did that for me. But what you do for me is make me want to... You make me want to do all the things that... Like, you make me want to be a better person than I've ever been. You make me want to keep living this stupid unlife that I was rudely given. 'Cause, you know, there are plenty of nights that I think I could just end it, you know, because what do I have? My heart doesn't beat. But I know what I feel for you is real. It's not any less. Even with whatever I feel for Sigma, my love for you is not less. And I would spend every day of the rest of my on life. Showing you how much I love you. Even after you're gone. Because that's the mark you left on my heart. And if you choose to walk away, because I get it. I wouldn't fault you. But you deserved to know the truth because I love you so much. And because if you end up doing this gauntlet thing for me, you deserve to make that choice. And if you decide you don't want to do it for me, because you're hurt, or disgusted, or betrayed, and I get it. 'Cause I can never hate you, or fault you. Because no matter how poorly you think of yourself, to me you're perfect. And for a while, I didn't miss the sun. Because I got to see you instead. I'm sorry that I couldn't find the courage to say something sooner.
This whole time, tears have flowed freely down his cheeks. His whole front of his shirt is wet with them. You can hear how hard his heart is pounding. You don't even need the heightened senses. And the resonance. Pure, unadulterated pain. How... The smile, as he looks to the side, is one of shock and irony. How can you say you love me when you go to bed thinking about him?
I don't know what I think about when I go to bed, Kappa.
So you... What else have you done?
What do you mean?
I know, Sigma. Since meeting me, the two of you, you've... Is that why we've never... Because you had
No.
him?
No. No. I haven't... Up until we rolled up to his trailer, I hadn't seen him in months. You and I hadn't done anything yet because I didn't want to rush that.
I thought you were being so kind.
I was.
It's...
Kappa, I think about you a lot. And if I'm gonna be quite frank, which I'm doing right now, I have thought about doing things with you. But when I say I have thought,
Sigma's so stupid. He's so healthy and he poisons himself. I would kill to be like him. Him? Really? And he turns around.
I said I made mistakes.
Him,
No.
of all of us, him. I mean, you could have at least done me a favor and hadn't been Gamma. Fuck. And he starts to walk away. Keep the braid. It's yours. It's yours. It's only ever been yours, and it's only ever going to be yours.
Kappa, please.
He keeps walking.
He's gonna keep walking
You just hear him.
behind him.
He wastes how healthy he is. He lies to his family. I can't tell you how many times we've had to bail him out. Do you know how many times he's been in rehab? Did you know that he left his... And he just keeps walking. And he shuts down.
He's gonna catch up to him. And, he's gonna catch up to him. He's gonna get in front of him, but he's not going to...
How many times? How many times have you fed from him? Is that why you smell like him, or is there a different reason? I was willing to ignore it because we've been hanging out with my pack, my family. You fucking tell me the truth. And he pushes your chest so you're not touching him. He pushes you back so there's space. And his little chest is heaving and that heart is pounding and you can hear it. You hear it as it stutters and you feel his blood pressure plummet and then spike.
Look,
Tell me the fucking truth, Noah.
I am. Shit happened last night and he was
He
upset.
closes his eyes.
I tried to just sit with him and comfort him because and things began to spiral, but I left him because all I could think of was you. I left him in a bed. Because all I could think of was you. And I couldn't go through with it. Despite how many times we have, I couldn't. Because all I was thinking about was you. So yeah, something started. But Alright then, let it finish.
When he opens his eyes, the silver is dull and gray. And he backs up away from you. His mouth is opening and closing like there's words, but nothing tumbles out. That blood pressure, you can smell it now, Noah. You can see the red under his pale skin. Any moment, it could pop. And that heartbeat is fast and irregular. When that dull gaze meets yours, it's empty. The tears have not stopped. They've left red streaks, chapping his cheeks and his jaw. Shaking his head, palms facing you, he turns away. And he staggers. He catches himself on the mailbox to breathe. Aimlessly, he wanders over to the car that he and Quinn and Beta came to Daniel's home in. And he climbs into the driver's seat, shuts the door, locks them, and he curls up. He curls up so small you cannot see him through the windows anymore. And that's where we're going to end tonight. Thank you for joining. The 30th will have vignettes for Malcolm and Jihoon, which will be more of these deep character dives in this kind of suspended situation in the Chronicle, where the members will be able to speak to a wolf of their choosing, get more lore, character narrations, and the like. I'm your host, your storyteller, your dungeon mistress, VtM. It's been an honor.